Chapter 766. Swish, 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 swish. Above the boundless black ocean, a large number of lights rapidly approached. While Yi Chen was plundering the black powers on the fourth devouring island, Blackwater Alliance had already dispatched experts in Yi Chen's direction. Since the distance between the islands wasn't too close, only after Yi Chen had swept through the fourth devouring island did the Blackwater Alliance's experts arrive at the fourth devouring island. Damn, these two don't put my Blackwater Alliance in their eyes at all. Seeing the destruction in front of them, a half-step king beside Sima Zongwen squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Sima Zongwen said, "In the past few decades, it's not like there hasn't been someone challenging our Blackwater Alliance's rule. However, not a single one has succeeded. Zongwen, these two certainly know that the devouring islands are under our Blackwater Alliance's rule. Since they dared to do this, they might have some tricks up their sleeves. Don't be careless." Another skinny old man warned Sima Zongwen. Sima Zongwen nodded. "I know. Even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. Don't hold back." Yes. The Blackwater Alliance's experts roared in unison. On the black ocean between the fourth and fifth devouring islands, Yi Chen suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "They're here. This Blackwater Alliance seems to attach great importance to us. They've dispatched all half-step kings." Murong Qingqing also noticed the lights in the distance. Yi Chen said, "Peak masters won't be of any use. I presume Blackwater Alliance knows this as well." A small group of top master-level warriors could kill normal half-step king warriors and compete with the top warriors among them. But, facing a top half-step king warrior it would be useless. Plus, Yi Chen had defeated the explosive fire king, which meant that he was one of the top warriors among the top half-step king warriors. Dozens of lights flew over and stopped a few li away from Yi Chen. "State your names." A half-step king roared. "You must be the experts of the Blackwater Alliance. What can I do for you?" Yi Chen asked. Sima Zongwen frowned. "This devouring island is under the rule of my Blackwater Alliance. You ignored the rules here and robbed the Zhenyuan crystals. Why do you think we're looking for you?" "Under your rule?" Yi Chen pretended to be surprised. "I really didn't know that. Kid, don't be arrogant. If you surrender now we can still spare your life." Some fiery half-step kings couldn't bear Yi Chen's tone and roared. Yi Chen smiled. "I only know that the devouring island is ruled by the Holy Spirit. Your Blackwater Alliance has fooled the Holy Spirit and made the people here work for you. Those dark powers are all blood-sucking worms sucking the blood of the people here. I am doing justice for the heavens by robbing their Zhenyuan crystals." Doing justice for the heavens, huh? However, you should also know that the weak are prey to the strong. This is one of the unchanging heavenly laws. Sima Zongwen was expressionless. "That's right. The weak are prey to the strong. That will never change. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts and fights. Between me and you there is no right or wrong relationship. There is only the strong preying on the weak. Rules were just an excuse. The strong preying on the weak was the true meaning." Well said. Very few people can see through things so thoroughly. Sima Zongwen shook his head. "However, you're very stupid. You shouldn't have challenged my Blackwater Alliance. Go." Sima Zongwen waved his hand, and dozens of half-step kings behind him pounced forward. The first to attack was a middle-aged fiendish man with withered yellow hair. His palms were like two large palm leaf fans as he chopped toward Yi Chen. Following this palm strike, a huge palm imprint appeared on the surface of the black ocean, and a boundless chi energy pressed down like an iron mountain. Following closely behind was a skinny old man beside Sima Zongwen. He sucked in a deep breath and the surrounding air was suddenly sucked out. As for himself, he turned from skinny to fat, and his face became round like an inflated balloon. With a thunderous roar he punched out. The violent fist energy raised a huge wave on the black ocean, looking incomparably frightening. At the same time, fiery energy, overlapping phantoms, dazzling golden blade chi and indomitable spear light attacked like a torrential storm, not giving Yi Chen the slightest space to dodge. Scram! Yi Chen pulled out the Thunder Calamity sword and instead of retreating he charged forward to meet them. He first sent the yellow-haired fiendish man flying with golden ripple, causing the latter to spurt out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then he thrust his sword at the fat old man. The sharp sword chi cut the latter's arm, leaving a bloody wound. Yi Chen then pointed his left index finger at the air, breaking the fiery energy and heavily attacking the opponent. This series of actions was completed in a flash. As for the overlapping phantoms, they all brushed past him, unable to injure him in the slightest. The dazzling golden blade chi was also cut off by his finger, greatly reducing its might. Murong Qingqing wasn't idle either. Her opponent was a spear-wielding half-step king. The two were exchanging blows at high speed, turning into countless afterimages. Only pitch-black arcs of light and spear lights could be seen clashing in the void. This kid's too strong. The fiendish middle-aged fiendish man who had been sent flying stabilized his body. He discovered that his internal organs had suffered a certain degree of injury, and his battle power had been reduced. This was still because the opponent was fighting one against many, and couldn't bring out his offensive power to its peak. Otherwise, his injuries would have been 10 times worse. My Empyrean battle body has been broken? The old man recovered his skinny appearance and was incomparably shocked. After a series of exchanges, more than half of the dozen half-step kings attacking Yi Chen had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Although the remaining few weren't injured, their attacks were also ineffective. 9 swords at the same time. Suddenly Yi Chen's left hand moved, and a sword flew out from the scabbard on his waist. This was a semi-extreme grade sword, one of the semi-extreme grade swords Yi Chen had obtained from Sky Scorpio King's sword tomb. Its might was even above that of the Thunder Disaster sword, and 2 words were carved on the sword's body. In the past, Yi Chen had never used a semi-extreme grade sword. Firstly, there was no need, and secondly, it was to conceal the sharpness of the sword control art. Afterwards, Yi Chen's various profounds had greatly improved, and the sword control art had suddenly weakened a lot. It couldn't compare to Yi Chen's major profounds. But now Yi Chen's sword control art had made a lot of progress. From 5 swords simultaneously, it had become 9 swords simultaneously. Adding the fact that the sword he was controlling was a semi-extreme grade sword, the offensive power of the sword control art was no weaker than Gold Ripple, second only to Waning Moon. Chi. 9 sword shadows shot out, and 9 half-step kings were sent flying while spurting out blood. A deep cut appeared on their chest armor. Sword control art. Sima Zongwen had been observing Yi Chen's strength the entire time. As long as he could figure out the opponent's strength, he would immediately use his killing move to kill him. Seeing the 9 sword shadows, he couldn't help but blurt out. Be it on True Spirit Continent or in the deep ocean, this sword control art was a lost sword art. He didn't expect to see this legendary sword art in Yi Chen's hands. Of the dozen half-step kings, 9 were heavily injured, and the remaining few weren't in a good state either. On the other hand, Yi Chen's aura was calm, and he seemed to know when to advance or retreat. Back off. Sima Zongwen's face was gloomy. The half-step kings he had brought with him were all experts among half-step kings. He hadn't expected that they wouldn't last more than a few moves against Yi Chen. If he had known this earlier, he would have joined the battle from the very beginning, not giving Yi Chen the opportunity to injure them. This way Yi Chen's advantage wouldn't be so great. A long staff appeared in his hand. With a stern roar, Sima Zongwen waved the staff. The shining staff shadow was like a star, like a myriad of rays, and like a silver river pouring down, violently attacking Yi Chen. Ah, the staff is strange. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise and raised his sword in front of him. Clang. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, Yi Chen retreated a few steps. The chi around him surged and the winds and clouds fluctuated. Faintly, a dragon's howl could be heard. Butcher chop. Sima Zongguan swung his staff through the air again. The powerful staff shadow tore open a huge hole in the Black Sea below. It was unfathomably deep. Clang. Yi Chen retreated a few more steps, his blood and chi fluctuating. Worthy of being Sima Zongguan. He's actually suppressing him. The experts of Blackwater Alliance, who had retreated far away, revealed joyous expressions. This shouldn't be strange. Sima Zongwen has long since become a peak half-step king. Adding the replica dragon extermination staff in his hand, ordinary peak half-step kings can't even last 10 moves against him. Dragon extermination staff. Hearing the words of Blackwater Alliance's expert, Yi Chen seemed to be lost in thought. Take another staff strike. Sima Zongwen was overbearing. His staff shadows filled the sky, each strike reaping the life. Just as Blackwater Alliance's expert had said, the staff in Sima Zongwen's hand was a replica of Dragon Extermination Staff. Although Dragon Extermination Staff couldn't compare to a pseudo-supreme grade artifact, it was a top-notch existence among semi-supreme grade artifacts. Moreover, it had a dragon-slaying property. Although it was called dragon-slaying, it actually had a deeper meaning. According to legends, the vitality of dragons was extremely powerful. Moves that could kill a human of the same level couldn't kill a dragon. Since it could slay a dragon, it was naturally easy to slaughter a human. After all, The vitality of a human was several levels lower than that of a dragon. You have Dragon Extermination Staff and I have Blood-Severing Ghost Finger. Yi Chen raised his left hand's index and middle fingers and slashed at Sima Zongwen. Rip. A strand of condensed qi and blood was obliterated within Sima Zongwen's body. What? Sima Zongwen was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly raised Dragon Extermination Staff to block Yi Chen's Blood-Severing Ghost Finger. Dragon Extermination Staff and Blood-Severing Ghost Finger seemed to have some similarities. The unblockable power of Blood-Severing Ghost Finger was actually mostly neutralized by Dragon Extermination Staff, and the remaining power was negligible. So that's how it is. Yi Chen had a rough understanding of Dragon Extermination Staff's effect. Dragon Slaying Cut. Sima Zongwen was extremely wary of Yi Chen's Blood-Severing Ghost Finger. The Zhen Yuan in his body surged, and a large part of it poured into Dragon Extermination Staff before slashing down. Woo 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 woo. The staff's shadow, which dimmed the sun and moon, whistled over, faintly carrying the aura of splitting mountains and rivers. Waning moon. Yi Chen raised his sword to meet it, slashing out a black crescent-shaped sword energy. As soon as the sword energy appeared, the sun and moon became even dimmer. Above the Black Sea, the gravity completely disappeared. Vaguely, it was as if a star that was about to shatter had crashed over, destroying everything. Rumble. A semicircle caved in on the Black Sea, and a water pillar shot up into the sky. On the other side of the water pillar, Sima Zongwen spat out a fountain of blood as he flew out with Dragon Extermination Staff in hand. Eventually he fell into the Black Sea and crashed into the seabed, his fate unknown. Chapter 767. The broken blood sword floated above Yi Chen's head, its tip shining with a beam of blood light. Making a clanging sound with his left hand, Yi Chen said, "The weak are meat and the strong eat them. Right now you guys should be very clear about the situation. Do not do anything stupid." Swish. After saying these words, Yi Chen pointed his left hand, and the blood-ruined sword turned into a beam of bloody light, striking at the spear expert fighting Murong Qingqing. The spear expert was not bad. At the crucial moment he could still raise his spear and block in front of him. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's defensive sword art had already reached the realm of 9 swords at the same time. Although he blocked the blood-ruined sword's main body, he was caught unprepared by the sword images and was blown back while spurting blood. For a moment, all the experts of Blackwater Alliance brought by Sima Zongwen were gravely injured. Sima Zongwen himself was even worse off. Under Yi Chen's deterrence, no one dared to move. Even if they did, it would be useless. Their current strength had been greatly reduced, and their bodies still contained a trace of destruction sword intent. This destruction sword intent was extremely hard to remove, and the slightest carelessness would cause the sword intent to invade their souls and injure them. After plundering these people's Zhen Yuan crystals, Yi Chen was quite surprised. These fellows had very few Zhen Yuan crystals. The most among them only had 500 or 600, and the least among them only had 100. In total, they had less than 3,000 Zhen Yuan crystals, not even as much as a leader of a dark force. What Yi Chen didn't know was that Blackwater Alliance was different from the dark forces of Devouring Island. Their Zhen Yuan crystals were all stored in the crystal storehouse, and not carried on their bodies. If they were ordered to leave the island, Blackwater Alliance would naturally supply them with Zhen Yuan crystals. Although the leaders of dark forces had a lot of Zhen Yuan crystals, they couldn't leave. They were like fat sheep in a pen. No matter how fat they were, it didn't matter. Sima Zongwen didn't die. The moment he appeared on the sea surface, he was subdued by Yi Chen, and the storage ring on his finger landed in Yi Chen's hand. "You dare." Sima Zongwen turned pale. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so daring, even wanting to loot Blackwater Alliance's Zhen Yuan crystals. "Don't you think it's ridiculous to say such things now?" Erasing the soul imprint on his storage ring, Yi Chen sent a trace of his consciousness into it. TSK, it seems like you are the top warrior on the Devouring Island. You have more than 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals in your storage ring. Half-step king warriors would only need to pay 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals to get out, and they would be able to enter the Devouring Island at any time. You will regret this. Sima Zongguan knew that he was no match for Yi Chen, so he allowed him to take away more than 100,000 true essence crystals. That's a matter for later. Putting away the Zhen Yuan crystals, Yi Chen nodded at Murong Qingqing and flew towards the number 5 Devouring Island. "Manager, what should we do next? This brat's strength is several times stronger than what we had imagined. With our strength, we definitely won't be able to take him down." The other experts of the Blackwater Alliance flew to Sima Zongguan's side. Sima Zhongguan said with a gloomy face, "Let him be arrogant for a while, I'll go invite the crown prince." Invite the crown prince? The skinny old man was startled. The crown prince hates trouble the most. Although this brat is strong, I don't think he'll need the crown prince's help. The crown prince he spoke of was the number 1 half-step king of the Blackwater Alliance, and also an unshakable leader of the young generation. Although they had never seen the crown prince fight, it was said that he was already a strongest half-step king. Under life and death realm he was practically invincible. Sima Zhongguan shook his head. This person is very strong. Inviting others is not safe. Only by inviting the crown prince can we be absolutely safe. He also didn't believe that Yi Chen was a strongest half-step king. Strongest half-step kings were too rare, much rarer than even life and death kings. Although some people could become life and death kings, they might not necessarily be strongest half-step kings. They might even directly enter life and death realm from peak half-step kings. It was just like true spirit continent. Although half-step kings were not as numerous as the hairs on a cow, their numbers were still not small. However, there were only 3 strongest half-step kings. Hee, with the crown prince making a move, nothing will go wrong. No matter how strong this brat is, he won't be able to do anything to the crown prince. Seeing Sima Zhongguan's resolution, the experts of Blackwater Alliance revealed cold smiles. The 5th Devouring Island's population was less than half of the 4th Island's, and the 6th Island's population was even smaller, only having 3,000 to 4,000 people. After looting the black powers of the 2 islands, Yi Chen had only obtained 30,000 Zhenyuan crystals, which was better than nothing. Right now we have more than 300,000 Zhenyuan crystals. Should we go out? Murong Qingqing asked. Yi Chen faintly nodded. We're only at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. The 2 of us only need to pay 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals, and we'll still have 200,000 left. Since you have demonic power crystals, let's go. We can't be careless. Yi Chen was still somewhat apprehensive of Blackwater Alliance. If a life and death king came, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Taking out the naturally formed stone altar, Yi Chen placed 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals inside. Bus. The stone altar blossomed with an ancient radiance, and the Zhenyuan crystals disappeared. However, there was no movement after that. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were still in this world. Deceiving us? Yi Chen's complexion was unsightly. The rules don't allow me to deceive people. At this moment, a strange ripple appeared in the void, and the Holy Spirit's figure gradually took shape. Murong Qingqing closely stared at the Holy Spirit and said, "Then why can't we leave?" The Holy Spirit said, "You've killed 34 people and you still haven't paid all of their Zhenyuan crystals. The rest will be paid by you. 520,000 Zhenyuan crystals in total." Fuck you. Even someone as calm as Yi Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. He had looted the 4th Devouring Island and obtained 300,000 Zhenyuan crystals. He thought it would be more than enough to leave the island. But he had never expected that he would owe more and more Zhenyuan crystals. Even if he put in the remaining 200,000 Zhenyuan crystals, he would still owe 300,000 Zhenyuan crystals. This was too much of a scam. If he followed the normal method, he would never be able to leave the island. You're not deceiving us? Murong Qingqing also felt that it was absurd. You see for yourself. The Holy Spirit waved its right hand in the void, and a moving image appeared in front of the 2. When he looted the 3rd and 4th islands, he didn't think that he had killed anyone by mistake. However, it was only his assumption. Since his soul power could only extend 50 meters in the mud and rocks, he couldn't be sure that he hadn't killed anyone by mistake. But this moving scene told him that he had killed a lot of people by mistake. They were all people who were making Zhenyuan crystals in their caves, and couldn't escape in time. The rules don't allow me to deceive people. Therefore everything I've said is the truth. As long as you hand over enough Zhenyuan crystals, you can leave the island. The Holy Spirit's tone didn't change at all. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chen said, "All right, I believe that you won't lie. But, can you tell me what kind of agreement you have with the Blackwater Alliance?" The Holy Spirit said, "Among them, there is a powerful life and death king who communicated with me. As for the details, I can't tell you." After speaking, the Holy Spirit's figure disappeared with the wind. It's harder than I thought. Yi Chen had to admit that what he did before was in vain, and he still owed 300,000 Zhenyuan crystals. In for a penny, in for a pound. Murong Qingqing said resolutely, "I can only do this for now." Yi Chen's gaze pierced through the boundless black ocean and landed on the other side of the 3rd island, where the 1st and 2nd islands were located. Sima Zongwen's figure slowly appeared at a connection point between the island and the outside world. Without any hesitation, he directly flew toward the Crystal Island, raising his speed to the limit. Roughly 2 hours later, Sima Zongwen arrived at the Crystal Island. There were many half-step kings stationed on the island. Sensing Sima Zongwen's aura, they found it strange. Today was not the day to transport Zhenyuan crystals, so why did Sima Zongwen leave the island? Could something big have happened? Sima Zongwen, why did you leave the island without permission? A half-step king greeted him. Sima Zongwen said, Elder Fong, it's a long story. A powerful person has arrived on the island, and he's looting Zhenyuan crystals everywhere. What powerful person? Even you can't handle him? Elder Fong was well aware of Sima Zongwen's strength. The number of half-step kings he couldn't handle was few and far between. The other party couldn't be a strongest half-step king, right? Very powerful. Apart from strongest half-step kings, no one is safe. Sima Zongwen said again, is the Crown Prince on the island? Your luck is pretty good. The Crown Prince returned half a month ago, and is currently cultivating in seclusion on the island. I'll notify him for you. Elder Fong knew that the matter was urgent. Many thanks. Sima Zongwen cupped his fists. In merely 2 hours, Yi Qin had looted the second island. There were many experts on this island, and there were even 2 half-step kings on the level of Flame Burst King. There were also many half-step kings on the level of Tough King. However, they could only suffer a crushing defeat before Yi Qin. After looting the second island, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing arrived at the first island. There were more than 80,000 people on the island, but there were no dark forces. It turned out that the first island was under the direct management of the Blackwater Alliance. Just like the third island, the first island was divided into 30 regions, each of which was guarded by experts of the Blackwater Alliance. Without any dark forces, Yi Qin looted the experts of the Blackwater Alliance stationed in each region, not letting a single one go. We've obtained 130,000 Zhenyuan crystals from the second island. I didn't expect the first island to have twice as many as the second, 270,000. Altogether we have 400,000. 400,000 plus the 200,000 from before was enough to make up for the remaining 520,000 Zhenyuan crystals. However, Yi Qin was clear that this was still not enough. After looting the first and second islands, it was impossible to not kill anyone by mistake. The caves on the islands were too concentrated. As expected, the Holy Spirit appeared once again. Adding the people you killed by mistake before, there are 50 people in total. You need to make up for 750,000 Zhenyuan crystals. The Holy Spirit spoke in a businesslike manner. 750,000, we still owe 150,000. This time Yi Qin was very calm. His gaze fell on the huge mountain peak at the center of the first island. There were palaces there, precisely the headquarters of the Blackwater Alliance. Chapter 768. The Devouring Island had 6 islands in total. The number 1 island had the most people, 80,000, and the number 2 was slightly less, around 50 to 60,000. The third island was 30,000, the fourth was close to 30,000, the fifth was 15,000, and the sixth was 3 to 4,000. The total population of the 6 islands was more than 200,000. Although most of them were astral-reaching realm warriors, and less than 1/10 of them were Sea of Souls realm warriors, the population was still there. According to the rules of the Blackwater Alliance, an astral-reaching realm warrior would have to hand over 3 Zhenyuan crystals to the Blackwater Alliance every month, and Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to hand over 15. After a month, the accumulated Zhenyuan crystals would definitely be shocking. Plus, it should not be forgotten that most of the Zhenyuan crystals collected by the Dark Power parties would belong to the Blackwater Alliance as well. In other words, the Blackwater Alliance would have 2 portions of income. One would be the Zhenyuan crystals that everyone handed over, and the other would be the Zhenyuan crystals handed over by the Dark Power parties. If Yi Qin wanted to clear his debt and leave the island, he would have to think about the Blackwater Alliance. Who is it? On this massive mountain peak there were countless powerful warriors. Countless human figures flew out of the palace, moving as fast as lightning. Yi Qin's speed did not decrease at all. With his body as the starting point, a horrifying destructive sword intent shot out, carrying the will to destroy everything. It swept across in a straight line. That kind of brutal and pure aura made all of the powerful warriors from the Blackwater Alliance feel a chill in their bodies, and their souls were in chaos. All of a sudden, all of the flowers and trees on the mountain peak were wiped out without a trace. At this moment, warriors whose martial will had not reached the 5th step, or were not even half-step king warriors would not have the courage to fight at all. Let's go in. Within a blink of an eye, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing had already arrived outside of the palace on top of the mountain. Stop right there. All of a sudden, 4 half-step king warriors whose power was not weaker than the tough king jumped out from 4 directions, trying to stop Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. Yi Qin smiled lightly as he took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and waved it out in 4 different directions. 4 beams of black sword chi were thrown out almost at the same time. The 4 warriors went back the way they had come, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Crack. After blowing away the 4 of them, Yi Qin raised his Thunder Disaster Sword up high and chopped down. The palace was instantly cut in half like a fruit. Not here. Yi Qin glanced around but did not find any place that could possibly store Zhenyuan crystals. However, he was not in a hurry. With another slash of his sword, the left half of the palace was split into 2. Just like that, Yi Qin swung his sword to the east and to the west. The originally majestic and luxurious palace was like a fruit platter, turning into pieces and strips, falling to the left and right. I found the crystal vault. When Yi Qin swung his sword for the 18th time, the momentum of his sword met with resistance. A cold glint flashed in Yi Qin's eyes. He held his sword with both hands and swung it down. Boom! A large expanse of light blossomed, and everything in front of him suddenly became clear. This was a vault made entirely of crystals. The crystals were not Zhenyuan crystals, but a kind of energy crystal that could be used to set up arrays. The resistance just now was precisely the power of the array, which had been shattered by Yi Qin's full power sword attack. Inside the broken vault was a stone platform. On top of it was a floating light sphere, and inside the sphere was a storage ring. Taking a step forward, Yi Qin arrived beside the light sphere and reached out his hand. Bang! The light ball suddenly shook, bouncing off Yi Qin's palm, making it impossible for him to exert any force. It's the power of space. Yi Qin could feel that the light sphere contained an extremely pure power of space. Normal attacks would not be able to touch it. If one tried to forcefully attack it, the light sphere would break the space and escape into the void. In other words, without knowing the method to open it, no one under life and death realm would be able to obtain the storage ring inside. Slowly letting out a breath of impure qi, Yi Qin extended his right index finger. The void around his finger gradually twisted, emitting a fluctuation that was similar to the light sphere. It was indeed the power of space. Break. Yi Qin poked at the light sphere. Pop. A popping sound was heard as the light sphere shattered. Without the light sphere's support, the storage ring fell down and was grabbed by Yi Qin. After obtaining the storage ring, Yi Qin immediately released his soul power into the storage ring. This storage ring didn't have a soul imprint, so Yi Qin's soul power went straight in, entering its internal space. So big. The storage ring's internal space was much bigger than Yi Qin had imagined. It was more than 20 times the size of a mid-grade storage ring, like a huge plaza. On this flat ground, there were piles of huge chests that were half the height of a human. These chests were all open, and through the gaps, one could see the glittering crystal radiance inside. 10 chests, 100 chests, 200 chests. There were so many chests that they almost covered a quarter of the flat ground. Roughly speaking, there were about 200 to 250 chests. According to the size of the Zhenyuan crystals in the chests, it was not hard to estimate that one chest could hold 10,000 Zhenyuan crystals. 200 chests would be more than 2 million Zhenyuan crystals. Take a look. Yi Qin handed the storage ring to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing took the storage ring and poured her soul power into it. So much? Blackwater Alliance can collect more than 2 million Zhenyuan crystals in a month? Murong Qingqing asked suspiciously. Yi Qin shook his head. It should be more than 1 month. It should be 3 months. This month has not arrived yet, so I guess they have only collected a part of it. Based on this, the Blackwater Alliance should be collecting around 1 million Zhenyuan crystals per month. As for how many months they would transport them, I am not sure. If they were to transport the crystals, they would have to be sent by half-step king warriors, which would cost 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals per trip. One would not be safe, and a few more would add up to hundreds of thousands of Zhenyuan crystals. It was not a small number at all. Blackwater Alliance had considered this point, which was why they did not transport the crystals every month. Otherwise it would not benefit Yi Qin so much. There was no mistake this time. 150,000 should be enough. Yi Qin let out a deep breath as a smile appeared on his face. 2 million Zhenyuan crystals were priceless, and a top-grade storage ring was priceless as well. Although they had been tricked by the Blackwater Alliance, the items they had collected were more than enough. Let's go now. Yichen took out the stone altar. All of a sudden, the space above the mountain rippled and two figures appeared. One was Sima Zongwen, and the other was a dignified young man with a purple gold crown on his head. The young man looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was probably in his 40s. His long and narrow eyes emitted a tangible killing intent. As soon as he appeared, his gaze locked onto Yichen in the palace. It's the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has arrived. Upon seeing Sima Zongwen and the young man, the experts of the Blackwater Alliance revealed ecstatic expressions. Then they looked at Yichen as if they were looking at a dead man. Yichen sized up the young man and inwardly said, "What a profound cultivation base. Twice as high as the explosive Flame King. Is he a strongest, half-step king? Crown Prince, it's him." Sima Zongwan glanced at the peak and the ruined palace, and finally fixed his eyes on the stone platform at the center of the crystal warehouse. Seeing that the light ball on the stone platform had disappeared, he roared as if he had seen a ghost. "You dare to rob the crystal warehouse of my Blackwater Alliance?" The Zhenyuan crystals that the Blackwater Alliance collected on the Devouring Island would only be transported out once every 6 months. This time it had only been less than 3 months. Even so, there were still more than 2 million Zhenyuan crystals in the treasury. It would be terrible if they were robbed. Consider this compensation from the Blackwater Alliance. Yichen didn't care about the furious Sima Zongwen at all. "You." Sima Zongwen's face turned ashen. "State your name." The young man in luxurious robes didn't make a sound. Only when Sima Zongwen said that Yichen had plundered the treasury did his expression change. His face turned gloomy, revealing his killing intent. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" Yichen said. "Wang Tai." The young man in luxurious robes looked down from above. "Yichen." Nodding, Yichen stated his name. "Yichen, never heard of you. But it doesn't matter. Hand over the Zhenyuan crystals and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your girlfriend will wish you were dead." Wang Tai's voice was extremely gloomy, carrying a bone-piercing chill. "Sorry, but the choice is mine." Yichen took out 150,000 Zhenyuan crystals and threw them on the stone platform. Courting death. Wang Tai was enraged. Spreading his 5 fingers, he sent a palm toward Yichen and Murong Qingqing. Brr. A dragon roar resounded as Wang Tai's 5 fingers emitted a boundless qi energy. The 5 qi energies were like 5 water dragons, coiling together and pressing down on the mountain peak. At this moment all living things seemed to have lost their will. Only the frightening dragon roars could be heard, distorting the space around the entire mountain peak. A strongest, half-step king, as expected. Yichen's pupils shrank. Bus. The moment the 5 water dragons attacked, Yichen and Murong Qingqing disappeared. Having lost their target, the 5 water dragons immediately lost control and smashed the huge mountain peak into pieces. Their wriggling bodies drilled up and down in the dust. It was a scene of apocalypse. "You're dead. There's no place for you in this world." The killing intent in Wang Tai's eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. The moment Yichen disappeared, a faintly discernible voice reached Yichen's ears. "I'll be waiting for you." Yichen's voice came from the void. Hearing Yichen's voice, Wang Tai tightly clenched his right fist, causing the ground below to crack. "Crown Prince, this bastard took away more than 2 million Zhenyuan crystals. We can't let him escape." Sima Zongwen was about to go crazy. Although Yichen's strength was too high, and the loss of the treasury had nothing to do with him, the Blackwater Alliance couldn't let him off the hook. Moreover, his lucrative position as Zongwen would be in jeopardy. Wang Tai coldly said, "Those who aren't from my Blackwater Alliance will only appear in one place after being transported out of the Devouring Island, the chaotic demonic ocean. After I leave, I'll lead a group of people to hunt him down. As for you, go to the Alliance headquarters and beg for forgiveness." After speaking, Wang Tai took out the Zhenyuan crystals he had prepared and directly tossed them into the air. With a swish, the Zhenyuan crystals disappeared, and Wang Tai's figure also gradually faded away. Chapter 769. It was not Yichen's first time experiencing it, so it should not be too bad for him. However, the truth was the opposite. Both Yichen and Murong Qingqing felt extremely uncomfortable after being teleported out of the Devouring Island. Not only did they feel dizzy, but their blood and Zhenyuan also started to flow in the opposite direction, as if they were about to burst out of their bodies. This state lasted for a long time. Gradually, a flash of light appeared in the chaotic nothingness. The light was extremely dazzling, as if many spears of light were condensing and stabbing towards them. Pop. The two were teleported out of the chaotic world. What a strange teleportation. Yi Chen had not regained his sense of direction and balance yet, so he just floated in place, waiting for his body to recover. Murong Qingqing did the same. They did not lose control for long. About 10 breaths later, the two completely recovered. Originally, I thought that the devouring island was just a lost plane. Now it seems that it is not so simple. Yi Chen looked around and realized that they were on the vast ocean. He let out a sigh of relief and said to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing nodded. The devouring island's rules are different from Elysium's. If it is a lost plane, then the rules should be similar to Elysium's. Yi Chen said, we can think about the devouring island later. But this ocean is a bit strange. Although the ocean beneath their feet was no different from other oceans, and there was nothing strange about it, Yi Chen had a feeling that the ocean below was darker and more ruthless than other places. Occasionally, small fishes and shrimps darted out, giving off an awe-inspiring feeling. It is demonic qi, Murong Qingqing said. Demonic qi? Yi Chen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that it was familiar. It was the source of demonic power, demonic qi. Murong Qingqing continued, I can feel that the demonic qi is coming from the bottom of the ocean. The deeper we go, the stronger the demonic qi. Then isn't this your paradise? Yi Chen smiled. The demonic energy here is indeed very dense, but it's also mixed with other things. Murong Qingqing, who possessed pure demonic energy, seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the northwest. In the northwest direction, a large black dot had appeared out of nowhere. The black dot was moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was still on the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 miles away. Moreover, it was flying towards Yi Chen's direction at an astonishing speed. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have already hurriedly avoided it. However, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing had not yet figured out the situation, so they naturally would not avoid it in order to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Of course, these black dots were not black dots but human figures. These figures were divided into two groups. The group in front had fewer people, only 7 or 8 people, while the group behind had more than 30 people. The two groups were chasing each other. What surprised Yi Chen was that the group in front had a demonic beast shadow behind them, while the group in the back also had a faint demonic chi ripple on their bodies. It's the half-monster clan and the demonic human clan. Yi Chen exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Murong Qingqing's face turned slightly solemn. When they were less than a few miles away from Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, the group of 7 or 8 people from the half-monster clan was caught up by the group of 30 demonic humans. These 7 or 8 people were led by a white-robed woman. She looked around as if she was facing a great enemy. Her eyes swept past Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, and she blinked her eyes as if she was hinting at something. Should be from the Silver Moon White Fox clan, not bad at all. The phantom of the white fox behind the white-robed woman was very clear, and there was a silver crescent moon imprinted on the white fox's forehead. It was not hard for Yi Chen to guess that she was the descendant of the Silver Moon White Fox King and a human. As for the white-robed woman's blinking eyes, it should be a signal for them to leave. Miss, will stop them, you run quickly. The young man next to the white-robed woman said anxiously when he saw that they were surrounded by many demonic humans. The white-robed woman said, Our Silver Moon White Fox clan is not an ordinary demonic fox clan. We have never abandoned our clansmen. Miss, don't argue at this time. You staying here is useless. As long as you can avenge us in the future, it's fine. The old man on the white-robed woman's right tried to persuade her. The white-robed woman smiled bitterly. Do you think I can escape? Even if I can escape for a while, they will still catch up in the end. At that time, I'll be the only one left. It's better for everyone to risk their lives now. Maybe we will have a chance to survive. Aha, why aren't you running anymore? I've chased you for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought I could play for a few more days. The demonic human in the lead was a middle-aged man with an abnormally robust body. His upper body was naked and his muscles were like streamlined metal. His arms had already lost the shape of a human, becoming 2 extremely thick black arms. 2 sharp white bones extended from his elbows and shoulders, and the hand that held the spear had sharp, curved nails that flickered with a strange black light. Just like the middle-aged demonic human, the other demonic humans all had their upper bodies naked, and there was always a part of their body that was different from ordinary humans like demons or devils. Demonic transformation. Yi Chen could tell that these demonic humans could all transform, and the part of their transformation was extremely sinister, far more frightening than the demonic humans on True Spirit Continent. Our Silvermoon Arctic Fox clan has no enmity with your demonic humans. Why do you have to force us? Do you really think our Silvermoon Arctic Fox clan is easy to bully? The white-robed woman held a silver-white thin sword in her hand, her expression stern. Hee, who doesn't know that Chaotic Demon Ocean is our demonic human clan's territory? Since you're here, you'll have to accept our management. Put down your weapons and follow us back obediently, and we might let you live. Otherwise, apart from you, everyone else will die. The middle-aged demonic human grinned. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. In these years, countless demonic beasts have disappeared in Chaotic Demon Ocean. Most of them were captured by you guys. The white-robed woman also didn't want to come to Chaotic Demon Ocean. Although the ocean was extremely evil and rich in demonic chi, it was precisely because of this unique environment that some rare spirit plants grew here. The white-robed woman had come precisely for the demonic silver grass. Since you already know, why bother asking? Are you going to follow us obediently, or are you going to fight and leave behind a few corpses? The middle-aged demonic human's arms were shrouded in a layer of black chi, as if they were demonic arms burning with ghost flames. Don't even think about it. The white-robed woman clenched her teeth. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The middle-aged demonic human's expression turned even more sinister. However, he didn't immediately attack the white-robed woman and the others. Instead, he said to a demonic human beside him in a low voice, "Iron Bones, take a group and surround those two. If they're willing to surrender, then that's fine. If not, kill that young man." Yes. The demonic human called Iron Bones was much stronger than the middle-aged demonic human. His exposed upper body was like a small mountain. His right arm and half of his body were covered in a layer of black bone armor. This bone armor grew out of his flesh and was extremely thick with spiral patterns on its surface. I didn't expect to have to fight you demonic humans right after coming here. How could Yi Qin not see that these demonic humans didn't want to let them go? Demonic humans, there's no difference. The only difference is whether we're enemies or not. Murong Qingqing didn't have a good impression of these demonic humans. The demonic humans here had already changed. Their auras were extremely violent and murderous. Go. The middle-aged demonic human waved his hand. More than 20 demonic humans pounced at the white-robed woman's group. On the other hand, the demonic human called Iron Bone led 10 demonic humans and shot toward Yi Chen's direction like black lightning bolts. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen and the white-robed woman were surrounded. "Kid, seal your own Jin Yuan and I can spare your life." As if Murong Qingqing's temperament had an astonishing attraction for him, the demonic human called Iron Bones didn't target Murong Qingqing. Instead, he fiercely roared at Yi Chen. "With just the few of you?" Yi Chen sized up the 10. Apart from the demonic human who spoke, the others hadn't reached half-step king realm. Of course, once a demonic human transformed, their strength would multiply. These demonic humans who hadn't reached half-step king realm should be able to contend against ordinary half-step kings. Seems like you want to die. Iron Bones narrowed his eyes and waved his palm. "Kill?" Immediately, 5 demonic humans charged at Yi Chen. 5 late Sea of Soul realm demonic humans were enough to make ordinary half-step kings retreat. As far as Iron Bones was concerned, Yi Chen, who wasn't a half-step king, wouldn't be able to block even a single move. However, he was wrong. Without even drawing his sword, Yi Chen raised his right index and middle fingers and casually waved. With a swoosh, a dark golden ripple spread out. The 5 demonic humans spurted out blood, and a bone-deep wound appeared on their chests. Then they fell toward the ocean below. "All of you go. You two deal with that woman. You must capture her." Iron Bones was gobsmacked as he roared. "No matter how many come, they'll all die." Yi Chen's fingers moved like lightning, condensing a small thunder ball at the tip. Buff, buff, buff. 3 soft sounds rang out, and the 3 demonic humans had a charred hole on their foreheads. The hole didn't seem big, but the back of their heads had exploded into nothingness. They didn't even see how Yi Chen had attacked and died without knowing why. On the other side, the 2 demonic humans fighting with Murong Qingqing were indescribably frightened. The demonic chi on their bodies immediately crumbled the moment it struck Murong Qingqing's body, not posing any threat at all. It was as if Murong Qingqing was a black hole devouring demonic chi. Rip. With a palm chop, Murong Qingqing chopped off the head of a demonic human. The other demonic human gathered his courage and punched at her. Murong Qingqing's right hand grabbed the opponent's head first, and an extremely pure demonic power gathered in her palm. "You too." the demonic human's eyes widened. He could feel that Murong Qingqing's palm didn't contain Jin Yuan, but pure demonic power. This kind of demonic power could only be possessed by a perfect demonic human bloodline. Moreover, it was a woman. If he brought this news back, the entire demonic human race would be shaken. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have the chance. Murong Qingqing's demonic power shot out from her palm, and the demonic human's head was immediately annihilated. Iron Bones didn't have the mind to care about Murong Qingqing's side. All of his attention was on Yi Qin. In just a split second, the 8 demonic humans attacking Yi Qin had all died miserably. Moreover, he himself was actually not Yi Qin's opponent. His entire body was in pain and his bones were on the verge of breaking. This armor piece's defense isn't bad, Yi Qin said unhurriedly. His fingers suddenly pierced through Iron Bone's defense and swept across his throat. A putrid blood sprayed out. Iron Bones clutched his neck and fell from the sky. Chapter 770. On the other side, the white-robed woman's group was surrounded by more than 20 demonic humans. They were barely able to hold on until now because the Silver Moon White Fox race's members had an advantage in speed and agility. Secondly, the White Fox phantom behind the white-robed woman was abnormally agile. The silver crescent moon on her forehead flickered from time to time, emitting a clear silver radiance. This silver radiance would immediately stick to the members of the Silver Moon White Fox race the moment it came into contact with them. The members of the Silver Moon White Fox race who were enveloped by the silver radiance all had their battle prowess greatly increased and were no longer afraid of death. However, the demonic humans not only had more people, but they also had more experts than the Silver Moon White Fox race. The reason they had been fighting until now was because they wanted to win without losing a single person. If there were no accidents, the Silver Moon White Fox race wouldn't be able to cause any waves. What? Iron Bones was killed? The middle-aged demonic man, who hadn't exerted his full strength, took a glance at Yi Chen's side. What entered his eyes was Iron Bone clutching his neck and falling down from the sky, blood gushing out from between his fingers. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were completely unharmed. This discovery shocked him greatly. Although Iron Bones wasn't as strong as him, he didn't dare to ignore the defensive power of the demonized bone armor. Don't fight anymore. Kill everyone except her. The middle-aged demonic human decisively decided to end the battle quickly. He would first capture the white-robed woman and then reorganize his men to deal with Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. He wanted them to pay a heavy price. As he spoke, the middle-aged demonic human didn't stay idle either. He held a long spear as thick as a bowl and thrust it towards the white-robed woman's chest. The white-robed woman's cultivation wasn't weak. She was a genuine half-step demonic beast king. Her movement technique was agile, and her clothes fluttered in the wind as she slashed out with her sword. Clang! The dragon-like spear shadow collided with the silver semicircle sword energy and exploded into thousands of light dots. In terms of agility, the white-robed woman was naturally above the middle-aged demonic human. However, in terms of attack power she was much weaker. This short exchange made her feel as if she was struck by lightning. She couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood, staining the white robe in front of her chest. Lose for me. The middle-aged demonic man's eyes were ferocious as he swung his spear at the white-clothed woman. Facing this thunderous attack, the white-clothed woman who had lost the initiative was about to be struck by the spear. Dang. Right at this moment, a crescent-shaped sword energy flew over from afar. It was like a dazzling aurora, but also like a heavenly dog eating the moon. It struck the middle-aged demonic man's spear, causing it to fly out of his hand. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth started to bleed, and a layer of skin was scraped off. The spear flew out of his hand like a skewer of candied haws, piercing through the group of demonic men in a straight line. The remaining force of the crescent-shaped sword energy was even more ferocious. With a single blow, most of the demonic men, including the middle-aged demonic man, were swept away, dying miserably. It turned out that at the crucial moment Yi Chen had made his move, and his first move was the peerlessly powerful waning moon. The white-clothed woman cried out in shock. She was frightened by the scene in front of her. It's him. The Silver Moon White Fox race, whose pressure had been greatly reduced, noticed that the one who had attacked was Yi Chen, who was wielding the Thunder Sword. He had attacked from several li away. Damn it. With just one sword, the demonic men had suffered heavy casualties. Only a few of them were left. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth was bleeding, and his chest felt stuffy. He was pushed back several li by the crescent-shaped sword energy. All the bones in his body were on the verge of breaking, especially his arms, which had suffered the most damage. He could barely lift them up. Raising his head, the middle-aged demonic man looked at Yi Chen with a venomous gaze and said, "You're dead. In the chaotic demonic sea, no one has ever dared to provoke my demonic man race. Those who kill will always be killed." If the other party hadn't provoked him first, Yi Chen wouldn't have been so ruthless. But since the other party wanted to kill, he couldn't be blamed. I want to see how you're going to kill me." The middle-aged demonic man roared towards the sky. Circles of evil black rings spread out. These black rings were like living creatures, twisting towards the injured demonic man next to him. Amidst the miserable screams of the other, the black rings sucked out all of his essence, chi, flesh and blood, and then filled the middle-aged demonic man's body. Crackle. The middle-aged demonic man's body twisted and swelled, as if there were countless snakes slithering under his skin. It was extremely disgusting and cruel, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Rumble. The demonic chi on the middle-aged demonic man was already very dense. After devouring a large amount of essence chi, the demonic chi fluctuations immediately caused the weather to change. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and black lightning bolts danced everywhere. Crack. A black lightning bolt struck the middle-aged demonic man's body. As the demonic chi retracted, everyone could clearly see the middle-aged demonic man's appearance. Demonic man. The middle-aged demonic man looked no different from a demonic man. His skin had turned black and keratinized. His elbows, shoulders, knees and ankles had sharp, curved bones. His feet and palms had turned into claws. His fingernails were as sharp as knives and they were purple-black. His eyes were blood red, and the whites of his eyes had disappeared. Brr. The middle-aged demonic man roared at Yi Chen. The human part of his voice had already disappeared, leaving behind only cruelty and ruthlessness. Be careful. Although the demonic man has lost most of his reason, his speed and strength have increased explosively. It's equivalent to overdrafting his life force and potential. His regenerative ability has also increased tenfold. As a demonic human, Murong Qingqing was very clear about the demonic man. Even a part of it had the side effect of eroding one's intelligence, not to mention the complete demonic man. Although the demonic human's lifespan was greatly reduced, their strength was frightening. This is the first time I've seen a complete demonic man. Yi Chen also knew about the complete demonic man. This was the reason why some people on True Spirit Continent were targeting demonic humans. Of course, as far as Yi Chen was concerned, demonic humans were not much of a threat. After all, there were too few of them and they couldn't stir up any waves. Young master, many thanks for saving us. The white-robed woman and the rest could see the middle-aged demonic man's frightening strength, so they flew to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen said, "It's nothing much. There's no need to thank me." Young master, don't be careless. The reason why demonic humans can dominate chaotic demon ocean is not only because this is chaotic demon ocean, but also because they can transform completely. This man is one of the most powerful half-step demonic human kings. Once he transforms completely, he will be extremely frightening. Clearly, the white-robed woman had some understanding of demonic humans. Yi Chen faintly nodded. "You'll all die." The middle-aged demonic man bent his knee and fiercely shot out. Shoo. The distance of several li seemed to have been ignored, and even Yi Chen couldn't see its exact trajectory. Clang. While everyone was dumbfounded, Yi Chen made his move. He raised his sword to meet the middle-aged demonic man's claw, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, the middle-aged demonic man launched a series of attacks. His attack trajectories flickered, and besides Yi Chen, no one could see them clearly. If it weren't for Yi Chen, he would have been killed in a single move. This was the destructive power of extreme speed. With the spiritual sword, although Yi Chen couldn't see the middle-aged demonic man's movement trajectory, he was always able to block the other's attack. After attacking for a long time without success, the middle-aged demonic man became even more ruthless. His eyes turned red as he drew scarlet arcs in the air, creating a soul-stirring scene. Ding 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 ding. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was unimaginably fast. Suddenly, Yi Chen yelled with a low voice, "9-sword attack." With a clang, the blood-remnant sword at his waist automatically unsheathed. Under Yi Chen's control, it divided into 3, 3 into 5, 5 into 9. 9 sword images circled around, moving as fast as the Aurora Phantom. Even the middle-aged demonic man couldn't completely dodge the flying swords, and was slashed countless times. Swish. The middle-aged demonic man's legs shot out, escaping the range of the flying swords. The middle-aged demonic man's abdomen, back, and legs had several bone-deep sword scars. The one on his chest was the result of Yi Chen's spiritual sword. The sword chi pierced through the skin and injured the opponent's internal organs. However, in the next moment, everyone frowned. The flesh inside the middle-aged demonic man's wound wriggled like worms, joining together and entangling with each other. As the insides healed, his hard skin automatically healed, leaving behind only a faint scar. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. What a powerful regenerative ability. This was the first time Yi Chen had seen an ability below life and death realm that could rival his undying body. Just this point alone was enough for the middle-aged demonic man to grind to death people on the same level as him. Hee, I'll see how long you can last. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth curled, and his expression turned fierce. Bring it on. Go. His left hand pointed, and the blood remnant sword turned into 9 sword images once more. Get lost. The middle-aged demonic man roared, and his body fiercely spun like a spinning top. His claws, feet, elbows, and knees all deflected the 9 sword images, leaving him unscathed. With a swish, the middle-aged demonic man's body flickered, drawing an arc in the void as he attacked Yi Chen from the side. Sword light flight art. The Zhen Yuan outside Yi Chen's body surged, and 5 sword lights formed a pair of simple sword wings on his back. With a swish he dodged the attack. Puff puff puff. The middle-aged demonic man no longer had any rationality, but his battle instincts were even stronger. 3 sharp spikes shot out from his back, enveloping Yi Chen. Ding ding. Yi Chen didn't expect the middle-aged demonic man to have this kind of move. Caught off guard, he only managed to deflect 2 of the spikes, while the third one landed on his protective Zhen Yuan. With a ping sound, the protective Zhen Yuan didn't break. At the crucial moment, Yi Chen activated his bronze armor, greatly increasing his defense. Die. The middle-aged demonic man turned around and pounced over. You're the one who's going to die. Yi Chen stopped his backward momentum and did not try to dodge. Instead he jumped forward. Rumble. The collision of the two caused a huge tsunami, which spread out in all directions and reached hundreds of meters high. Above the distorted space, Yi Chen and the middle-aged demonic man pressed against each other due to the powerful inertia, creating a time-like effect. When the effect disappeared, the middle-aged demonic man's left hand turned into a fist and punched at Yi Chen's chest. However, Yi Chen didn't try to block this move. Instead, he raised his Thunder Disaster sword and slashed at the middle-aged demonic man's head. His sword speed was even faster than the opponent's. Puchi. A head flew up while Yi Chen was also sent flying, spurting out a small mouthful of blood. Chapter 771. Strictly speaking, the middle-aged demonic man's strength was more or less the same as Yi Chen's. The middle-aged demonic man's speed was fast and his profound martial skills were powerful, but the latter's sword speed was faster and his profound martial skills were more powerful. The reason for this outcome was not strength but intelligence. After the middle-aged demonic man had completely demonized, he had lost more than half of his intelligence. He was single-mindedly focused on killing Yi Chen, completely disregarding his own life and death. This kind of fearless style was good, but one couldn't blindly pursue it. That would be courting death. Seeing through the middle-aged man's weakness, Yi Chen took a punch at the last moment and killed him. The process was just that simple. Wisdom is something that high-level beings cannot lack. Yi Chen shook his head. Of course, Yi Chen wasn't mocking the middle-aged man's stupidity. After all, the middle-aged man wasn't a complete demonization, so he wasn't his match. Dead. The white-robed lady's eyes shrunk in shock. Yi Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. Even half-stepped demonic beast kings of the Silvermoon White Fox tribe wouldn't be Yi Chen's match. Miss, this kid is probably a disciple of some super clan or sect. He probably came to the chaotic demonic ocean to train himself. The old man beside the white-robed lady said. The more powerful a force was, the more outstanding disciples they could cultivate. The two were directly proportional. To be called a super force, it was at least peak 5th grade or even 4th grade. From the old man's point of view, Yi Chen's background was absolutely terrifying. It wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Elder Gu, I don't care who he is. I only know that he saved all of our lives. The white-robed lady said. That's true. The old man called Elder Gu smiled faintly and curiously sized up Yi Chen. The middle-aged man was dead after his head was chopped off. His neck spurted out a large amount of blood, and his flesh was wriggling like slimy worms. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the flesh derivation realm, so he couldn't escape death. The middle-aged man wasn't an exception. What? After struggling for a moment, the headless middle-aged man fell from the sky and into the sea, sinking instantly. In this battle, more than 30 human devils were completely annihilated. I am Yu Bingxin, a disciple of the Silvermoon White Fox clan. May I know your name? Yu Bingxin took a deep breath and stepped on the void, slowly arriving in front of Yi Qin. I am Yi Qin. Putting away the Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Qin looked at Yu Bingxin and said, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If young Master Yi doesn't mind, you and Miss Murong can come to my house as guests. I can entertain the two of you. Yi Qin shook his head and said, There's no need for that. I'm not familiar with this place yet. You can just introduce me to it as repayment for saving my life. You two don't know this place? Yu Bingxin asked. I only heard you say that this is the chaotic demonic ocean, but I don't know the specifics. Nodding, Yu Bingxin said, This place is indeed the chaotic demonic ocean. The reason why it is called the chaotic demonic ocean is because there is a vast amount of demonic chi leaking out from an unknown place at the bottom of the ocean, turning this ocean into a demonic ocean. There are many powers here, but the overlord is the demonic human clan. It is said that the demonic human clan migrated here from another place hundreds of years ago. At that time, this was just an ordinary ocean, and there was no demonic human clan here. Yu Bingxin explained slowly. Migrated here hundreds of years ago? From where? Could there be a large number of demonic human clan in other places? Hearing this, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing had many questions. But from the others' tone, they didn't seem to know much about the origin of the demonic human clan. What is the strength of the demonic human clan here? The one who asked this question was Murong Qingqing. Yu Bingxin honestly replied, terrifyingly strong. In the chaotic demonic ocean, there are 10 great demonic human clans. Each clan has a demonic human king overseeing it. The strongest clan has 3 demonic human kings, and one of them might be a demonic human emperor. Demonic human emperor? Is this true? Murong Qingqing was slightly astonished. True Spirit Continent also had demonic human kings, and 2 of them at that. However, there was not a single demonic human emperor. Who would have thought that there would be a demonic human emperor in the chaotic demonic ocean? This is only a rumor, but I believe that it is most likely true. Otherwise, the 5th grade powers around chaotic demonic ocean wouldn't be so apprehensive. Moreover, a world-shaking battle took place in the chaotic demonic ocean 100 years ago. The scale of that battle was extremely vast, and even the zenith sky was torn apart. The space became chaotic, and it should have been the result of a battle between a titled monarch and a demonic human emperor. Yu Bingxin spoke everything she knew. Perhaps this chaotic demonic ocean is the headquarters of the demonic human clan in Elysium. In the past, Yi Qin thought that the demonic human clan was not a threat, and that the low number of demonic human kings and demonic human clans was their biggest weakness. But now he didn't think so. It turned out that there was a place called Chaotic Demonic Ocean outside of True Spirit Continent. We can't stay here for long. The demonic human clan raises millions of 4-winged black demonic insects. They don't have much intelligence, but they can transmit what they see back. They are the eyes of the demonic human clan in the entire chaotic demonic ocean. If we are discovered by them, we won't be able to escape even if we grow wings. As if thinking of something, Yu Bingxin said anxiously. Hearing Yu Bingxin's words, Yi Qin was inwardly astonished at the demonic human clan's control over chaotic demonic ocean. It wasn't that he hadn't seen these 4-winged black demonic insects before. In his early years, when he was merely at Condensing Reality Realm, he had encountered the 4-winged black demonic insects raised by Corpse Man's subordinates. In terms of battle strength, they were equivalent to 3rd-grade demonic beasts. However, when their numbers reached millions, they were extremely frightening. Most importantly, they weren't used for battle but for scouting. In that case, let's leave this place first. Yi Qin wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could challenge the demonic human clan, so he nodded at Yu Bingxin. Not long after Yi Qin's group left, a large number of squeaking sounds came from afar. Before long, a black cloud rapidly moved over. This was naturally not a real cloud, but a black shadow formed by a large number of chopstick-shaped insects. At a glance, there were at least several thousand of them. These insects were exactly the same as the 4-winged black demonic insects that Yi Qin had seen before. However, they were much smaller, only 3 inches long. They were slender and black with 4 pairs of thin black wings on their backs. Their heads were spherical, filled with silver-gray compound eyes. Everything in the surroundings was reflected in these compound eyes. The cloud formed by the four-winged black demonic insects flew over the sea. Under the sunlight, the cloud's shadow followed closely behind. What? A fifth-grade demonic fish thought that the shadow was some kind of prey. It suddenly broke out of the water and opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Buzz. The four-winged black demonic insects were well disciplined, but dozens of them at the edge couldn't resist the temptation and suddenly left the group. Their 4 pairs of wings flapped rapidly, like black lights, piercing through the fifth-grade demonic fish's body. In just a short moment, the fifth-grade demonic fish was eaten until only an empty shell was left, falling into the sea. Satisfied, the 4-winged black demonic insects squeaked a few times and followed the group. If Yi Chen was here, he would definitely be incomparably shocked. In his impression, the 4-winged black demonic insects could only fight against third-grade demonic beasts. Even if there were dozens of them, it was impossible for them to eat a fifth-grade demonic fish until only an empty shell was left. There was only one answer. These 4-winged black demonic insects were not third-grade but fourth-grade. The chaotic demonic sea was vast and had countless islands. On an ordinary island, Yu Bingxin's group was bidding farewell to Yi Chen and Murongyu. Young Master Yi, Miss Murong, we will take our leave first. If you have time, you can come visit my clan. My Silvermoon White Fox clan is located 50 million li to the northwest, on the Moonlight Island. Yu Bingxin's voice was clear and melodious. All right, I'll come visit when I have time. Yi Chen faintly nodded. Yu Bingxin revealed a smile. We still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Let's go. After saying these words, Yu Bingxin led her clansmen and flew off the island. Watching them leave, Yi Chen said to Murong Qingqing, "This place is too close to the scene of the incident. It's not very safe. Let's find another island and enter secluded cultivation." The large amount of Zhen Yuan and demonic crystals they had obtained on the devouring island was enough for the two to squander. The two were also preparing to break through to Half-Step King Realm. Murong Qingqing still had demonic power essence left in her body. Her chances of breaking through to Half-Step King Realm in a short time were quite high. Riding the flying puppet for 3 days and 3 nights, the two arrived at a desolate island. After opening up their respective secluded cultivation spots, the two officially entered secluded cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The news of more than 30 demonic humans being killed had long since reached the demonic human clan, causing quite a commotion. In the past few days, the number of 4-winged black demonic insects in the sky above chaotic demonic ocean had been increasing. Among the thousands of 4-winged black demonic insects, there were even smaller 6-winged black demonic insects. Such a huge commotion naturally made the martial artists in chaotic demonic ocean anxious. In the distant southeast, a huge golden bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters was rushing toward chaotic demonic ocean with a dozen people on its back. Crown Prince, chaotic demonic ocean is the territory of demonic human clan. If we enter, we might attract their attention. On the back of the huge golden bird was the Crown Prince of Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. At this moment, the tall old man beside Wang Tai spoke with some hesitation. With his hands behind his back, Wang Tai gazed at the scenery before him and said, "Although the demonic human clan is powerful, my Blackwater Alliance is not weak either. I believe that the demonic human clan will not purposely target us. They will most likely give us some face. As for that brat, no matter where he escapes, I will drag him out. My Blackwater Alliance's Zhen Yuan crystals are not for anyone to swallow." 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals was not a small number. It should be known that although Devouring Island was ruled by Blackwater Alliance, apart from its own consumption, Blackwater Alliance had to allocate a portion to some life and death kings who knew about it. Thus, Blackwater Alliance's annual stockpile was no more than 1 million Zhen Yuan crystals. The 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals Yi Chen had plundered were equivalent to 2 years of Blackwater Alliance's stockpile. Crown Prince's words are not without reason, but chaotic demonic ocean is boundless. Finding the two won't be easy. I'm worried that they might be captured by the demonic human clan. Demonic human clan has always been tyrannical, and they won't hand over the Zhen Yuan crystals they've obtained. The tall old man voiced out his worries. Then let's hope they live a little longer. If they're captured by the demonic human clan, death is certain. Clearly, Wang Tai was also extremely apprehensive of the demonic human clan. This was a frightening power that even Blackwater Alliance couldn't afford to provoke. Chapter 772. While Wang Tai was searching for Yi Qin, the experts of the demonic human clan were also searching for the murderer of their clansmen. For a long time, the human devil clan had been the overlord of the chaotic demon sea. As long as the 10 great families willed it, they could uproot and annihilate all forces in the chaotic demon sea except for the human devil clan. But now, someone had killed more than 30 of their clansmen, 3 of whom had already reached half-step king realm. This was simply unforgivable. The demonic human clan couldn't be compared to humans. The number of humans was too great, numbering in the trillions, thousands of times more than the demonic humans. Therefore it didn't matter how many died. Moreover, demonic human clans' reproduction rate was much lower than humans. Adding on the fact that their population was small, one death meant one less. Moreover, half-step kings were the wealth of the demonic human clan. They were existences with hopes of becoming kings. Losing 3 at once was not a small loss. Therefore, the demonic human clan dispatched a lot of experts this time, more than any time in the past. Merely mid-sea of soul realm and above demonic humans numbered 600. 6 half-step demon human kings. The 600 sea of soul realm demonic humans were divided into 3 groups, each led by 2 half-step demonic human kings. Apart from that, millions of 4-winged black demonic insects had also become the eyes of the demonic humans. As soon as a suspect appeared in their sight, they would immediately notice and rush over. This was not enough to show how much importance the demonic human clan attached to this matter. Apart from Sea of Soul Realm and half-step kings, the clan also dispatched a genuine demonic human king. Demonic human king was a king of the demonic human clan. Under similar cultivation bases, 2 life and death kings could contend against it. Buzz 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 buzz. With the scene as the center, group after group of 4-winged black demonic insects flew out like an inescapable net, slowly spreading out. Once this inescapable net took shape, one would truly be left with no path to the heavens and no door to the earth, unless one entered stunning sky or extreme void sky. However, one couldn't stay in these 2 skies for long. Stunning sky was filled with all kinds of pure yuan qi. Upon entering, one's Jin yuan would be consumed at a rapid pace. Extreme void sky was even more tyrannical, consuming 10 times faster than stunning sky. Above the ocean where the incident happened, a mass of black gas suddenly appeared. Within the black gas was a lean old man dressed in black with a profound aura. The skinny old man looked down and scanned the surroundings. Soon, the skinny old man found a wreckage at the bottom of the sea. This wreckage was the corpse of a demonic human. After being eaten by the demonic fish, it was badly mutilated, leaving only bits of flesh on the bones. The wreckage was pulled up by a mysterious force and floated in front of the old man. Stretching out his right hand, the old man exerted his strength through the air and abruptly inhaled. An almost inaudible sound of something tearing through the air rang out. As the old man exerted his strength to inhale, a faintly discernible aura shot out from the wreckage. The black-robed old man carefully grasped this wisp of aura and sensed something. Peak late Sea of Soul Realm cultivation base, destruction sword intent. A moment later, the black-robed old man slowly spat out a few words. If Yi Qin were here, he would certainly be astonished. Not only could this man gather a wisp of faintly discernible aura from the wreckage, he could also discern the cultivation base and the sword intent he was using. This kind of ability was already not something a half-step king could accomplish. Only a life and death king could accomplish this. Killing a half-step king of my demonic human race with a cultivation base of peak late Sea of Soul Realm. I wonder which power this person came from. Could it be the Blood Sword Palace? Not likely. Although the young master of the Blood Sword Palace is also at peak late Sea of Soul Realm, his strength is inferior to this person. Moreover, the young master didn't comprehend the destruction sword intent. Apart from the young master of the Blood Sword Palace, who has a cultivation base of peak late Sea of Soul Realm, there aren't many who can battle higher realms. The black-robed old man's gaze turned profound as he inwardly speculated. Whether he's from the Blood Sword Palace or not, killing a half-step king of my demonic human race will have to pay a sufficient price. Letting out a breath, the black-robed old man's gaze turned sharp. The wreckage couldn't bear the pressure of the old man's gaze and exploded, turning into nothingness. Breaking through from peak late Sea of Soul Realm to half-step King Realm was a huge breakthrough, as well as a brand new beginning. Under half-step King Realm, the meridians were the circulation channels of Zhen Yuan. If the meridians were damaged, the circulation of Zhen Yuan would become sluggish, greatly reducing one's battle power. However, upon reaching half-step King Realm, not only the meridians, but also the blood circulation channels of Zhen Yuan. Only by fusing Jin Yuan into the blood and forming a perfect circulation could one be considered to have officially stepped into half-step king realm. However, achieving this was extremely difficult. Without outstanding talent and extraordinary willpower, half-step king realm was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. One could only stare at it helplessly. Fusing Jin Yuan into the blood was not a safe thing to do. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to blood necrosis, weakening one's bodily functions, and reducing one's physical strength to the level of an old man past his prime. This was also the reason why half-step kings usually appeared in 5th grade and 4th grade powers. The chances of half-step kings appearing in 5th grade and below were extremely low. This was because when a 5th grade powers member tried to break through to half-step king realm, even if something went wrong, they would have life and death kings to help them adjust their chi and blood. Or, they could spend a huge price to refine some precious medicinal pellets to treat blood necrosis. In short, as long as there was a life and death king, breaking through to half-step king realm wouldn't be too dangerous. At worst, they could just wait until their body recovered and continue. Of course, this was a matter of having the ability to break through to half-step king realm. If one didn't, it wouldn't have anything to do with them. Yi Qin had already consolidated his peak late Sea of Soul realm. In theory, he could attempt to break through to half-step king realm. Although without many years of accumulation the chances of success were low, it wasn't impossible. Inside the spacious and simple cave, Yi Qin sat cross-legged on the hard ground with his palms facing the sky. Inside his body, Yi Qin's Jin Yuan flowed out of his dantian and slowly poured into his blood, attempting to fuse with it and circulate his Jin Yuan. There were many blood channels in the human body, and there were even more minute details. It was impossible to fuse them one by one. However, although breaking through to half-step king realm was difficult, it didn't require one to fuse all the blood at once. One only needed to fuse a part of the blood and complete a perfect circulation. This process was complicated and slow, requiring extreme patience. One couldn't be impatient at all. In the beginning, the process was quite smooth. In a short half a month, Yi Qin made progress every day and he was getting closer and closer to the perfect circulation of Jin Yuan and blood. However, as time passed, Yi Qin discovered that the further he went, the slower his progress became. Now, even after a few days, he hadn't made even the slightest bit of progress. It turned out that there was a time limit for Jin Yuan to fuse with the blood. After this time limit, the Jin Yuan would withdraw from the blood. Only by completing a perfect circulation would the Jin Yuan remain in the blood forever. However, it was simply too difficult. The speed at which the blood flowed was not very fast, not to mention that it was a perfect cycle. Every time a cycle was completed halfway, the true essence in the front would begin to withdraw. Although the true essence in the back would continue to fuse into the blood, it could only maintain a balance. This won't do. The Jin Yuan isn't pure enough. The time it stays in the blood is too short. If it accelerates the blood flow, my heart won't be able to bear it. The reason why Yi Qin dared to break through to half-step king realm was because of his undying body. He didn't care about some minor injuries. However, the burden on his heart was too great, and it still exceeded the limits of his undying body. At most, he could only slightly overload it. After all, the heart was a major weakness of the human body, unlike other parts. Opening his eyes, Yi Qin forcefully exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. I wonder how Murong Qingqing is doing. Her demonic power is very pure, and her 4th-step demonic body is also stronger than my spirit body. She should have a high chance of entering half-step king realm. Murong Qingqing had demonic power essence in her body, which was the essence of king-grade demonic power. It had an extraordinary effect on refining demonic body. On the Devouring Island, her demonic body had successfully upgraded from 3rd step to 4th step, allowing her to break through to half-step king realm. Shaking his head, Yi Qin walked out of the cave and arrived at a spacious area outside. I've already obtained the foundation of Space Profound for a long time. My Space Profound has been steadily improving, approaching 40% completion. The might of Void Shattering Finger containing Space Profound has also surpassed Golden Ripple. Unfortunately, Void Shattering Finger is a finger art without the amplification of a sword. Moreover, its variations are too little. If I could create my own Space Profound sword art based on Space Profound, its might would be able to catch up to Waning Moon. Only by combining profound martial arts with artifacts could one erupt with greater might. Using the Void Shattering Finger required artifact gloves, but since Yi Qin used a sword, wearing gloves would have a negative effect. Creating a Space Profound sword art was very useful to Yi Qin. Space Profound was one of the strongest profounds. 10% of it was equivalent to 30% of other profounds. Once it reached 40 to 50% completion, the space profound sword art created would surpass Waning Moon. Most importantly, space profound sword arts were unpredictable, far more threatening than Waning Moon. Standing on the empty ground, Yichen closed his eyes as an image appeared in his mind. It was a sword artist performing a sword art. This sword art was very mysterious and unpredictable. It was obvious that the sword was thrown out, but it was still very far away from the target, but in the next second, it had already destroyed the target. Plus, the sword art was extremely fast, creating a space-folding effect. Looking at it, one would not be able to tell the trajectory of the sword art at all. Clang. All of a sudden, Yichen opened his eyes and pulled out the Thunder Disaster Sword. Relying on his intuition, he slashed out 49 times, each sword faster than the previous one. One could see that Yichen's movements were exactly the same as the sword artist in his mind. However, the sword art's effect was not as good as the sword artist in his mind. It could only make the sword art's trajectory blurry, creating countless afterimages, and was unable to create a spatial folding effect. Kacha. Even so, the surrounding boulders still shattered like broken mirrors. The ground beneath Yichen's feet also seemed to have turned into a huge piece of glass. Cracks spread everywhere before it collapsed with a loud rumble. This was not the effect of sword chi but the power of space through sword arts. When space profound reached a certain level, no one under life and death realm would be able to receive a single sword strike from Yichen. After all, a single sword strike from Yichen would be equivalent to tearing the space apart. Under life and death realm, who could resist the tearing of space? Chapter 773. The tide slapped against the reefs at the edge of the island, again and again. Several li away from the island, a four-winged black demonic insect had unknowingly appeared there. Its body was motionless, and the 4 pairs of black wings on its back were rhythmically flapping up and down, maintaining an incomparably balanced state. At a glance, it seemed to be fixed there. The insect's head was round and full of compound eyes. At this moment, the scenery of the island appeared in its compound eyes. Some were near, some were far. The most bizarre thing was that it seemed to have a magnifying function. Before long, the image of a person appeared in its compound eyes. This person was none other than Yichen. Yichen still didn't know that he had been targeted by a 4-winged black demonic insect. After all, he was not an Iron Man and couldn't release his soul power without restraint. Overconsumption of soul power would take a long time to recover. Not being able to recover in half a month was quite normal. After practicing sword arts for half a day, Yichen saw that Murong Qingqing wasn't moving at all. He knew that she was still trying to break through to Half-Step King Realm, so he didn't disturb her. Although he had failed to break through, he still had many other things to do. For example, comprehending space profound. The space profound he had obtained in the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor could be said to be a priceless treasure. With it, Yichen's speed of comprehending space had increased by several folds, and his own comprehension ability was several times that of ordinary people. With the two added together, it would be dozens of times or even more than 20 times. Returning to the cave, Yichen sat cross-legged on the ground and took a deep breath, entering an ethereal state. Then he released his incorporeal soul power, spreading it over several hundred meters. The smaller the range of soul power, the less soul power would be consumed. With Yichen's soul power, he could maintain it for 10 days to half a month. Soul power was a perception many times greater than the 5 senses. Under Yichen's control, he gradually captured the spatial ripples within several hundred meters. The space was constantly fluctuating. Of course, these fluctuations were very small, so small that they were negligible. But they were still there. Space was illusory and unfathomable. Soul power was incorporeal and unfathomable. Only soul power could capture spatial ripples. This was also the reason why all life and death kings would dabble in space profound. Their soul power was too powerful. According to the basic knowledge of space profound in his head, Yichen used his soul power to capture the space energy fluctuations while comprehending the space profound. In another cave, Murong Qingqing was sitting there with her legs crossed, unmoving. From time to time, a black brilliance blossomed from her body. This brilliance was sometimes strong, sometimes dim, sometimes ostentatious and sometimes reserved. The interior of the cave was illuminated in a strange and dazzling light. At this moment, Murong Qingqing was in the late stage of the half-step Demon King realm. She was different from Yichen. She had demonic power essence within her body, and the demonic power she refined was exceptionally pure. If not for the limitation of realm, refining demonic power into half-step king realm wouldn't be a problem. After all, the demonic power essence was the demonic power essence of a demon king. Rather than refining, it was more appropriate to describe it as diluting and refining. The demonic power essence was first diluted and then refined into her demonic power. With such pure demonic power, Murong Qingqing's chances of breaking through to half-step king realm were naturally higher than humans and other demonic humans. Apart from this, Murong Qingqing had another huge advantage. As a demonic human with perfect bloodline and a fourth-step demonic body, her life level was higher than that of humans and demonic beasts. She was close to the life level of the demon race. Therefore, her heart's ability to produce blood was extremely powerful, and her heart's capacity far surpassed humans of the same level. For example, Yi Chen's blood flow was similar to that of humans. But now, her blood flow had reached a frightening level, and her heart was beating at a frightening frequency. It was no longer beating but vibrating. Swish. When blood flowed normally, no sound could be heard. But now, Murong Qingqing's blood was issuing a sound like a stream flowing down a mountain. Such a rapid flow caused Murong Qingqing's fair face to turn red, making her look like a red beauty. Above her head, white mist curled up, faintly emitting a red light and a faint bloody aura. It's here. A day later, a large group of uninvited guests arrived on the ocean outside the island. These uninvited guests were the troops of the demonic human clan. There were 202 of them, 2 half-step demonic human kings and 200 Sea of Soul realm demonic humans. They were able to find this place because of the information transmitted by the 4-winged black demonic insect. As for finding this place in a day, it was mainly because they weren't far from the island. As soon as they obtained the whereabouts of the suspects, they immediately rushed over. White Nightmare, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch them with just the 2 of us. Right now, our best course of action is to use an enchantment to seal the island and prevent them from escaping. Among the 2 half-step demonic human kings, a rather fat middle-aged demonic human said. The half-step demonic human king called White Nightmare had a very strange appearance. His head was bald and his face and head were covered in white spots. His eyes also had more whites than pupils, making them look like 2 black dots. He had no eyebrows and was emitting a sinister killing intent. That would be best. Let's use the hidden fog enchantment. White Nightmare nodded, his eyes fixated on the island. U-108, come out and surround the island. Use the hidden fog enchantment to seal the island. Don't let a fly or a bug escape. The fat demonic human ordered the demonic humans behind him. Yes. Without needing to be called out, 108 Sea of Soul realm demonic humans walked out and flew along the edge of the island. Seeing his clansmen carrying out the order and surrounding the island, the fat demonic man let out a sigh and said, "Killing my clansmen in the chaotic demonic ocean. I wonder who the other party is. Could it be a half-step king of the Bloodsword Palace or someone from the Skull Island?" White Nightmare sneered, "Be it Bloodsword Palace or Skull Island, killing my clansmen will have to pay the price. That's natural. Although Bloodsword Palace and Skull Island are powerful, they're still lacking compared to my clan." The fat demonic human chuckled. As the 2 of them spoke, 108 light black pillars suddenly rose from the outer edge of the island. The pillars rose in an arc and collided with each other in the sky above the island. In the next moment, the island was covered by a light black membrane. The scene inside distorted and then disappeared completely. The light black membrane also gradually turned into mist. From the outside, it seemed as if there was no island at all. There was only thick black mist rolling and surging. Success. Seeing this, the fat demonic human heaved a sigh of relief, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. I'll go test him. White Nightmare said indifferently before his figure flickered and shot toward the surging black mist. White Nightmare, don't be impulsive. The fat demonic human was startled. Rest assured, you still don't believe in my strength. Moreover, with the hidden fog enchantment, you can attack and retreat at will. White Nightmare's voice resounded. Hearing these words, the fat demonic human smiled bitterly. He was naturally aware of White Nightmare's strength. Of the 3 half-step kings who had died half a month ago, the strongest was Gu Li. Gu Li could be considered a powerful half-step king among the demonic humans. However, White Nightmare's strength was a level higher than Gu Li's. He was a peak half-step king of the demonic human clan. Under the same level, a demonic human was equivalent to 2 humans. White Nightmare could contend against 2 peak half-step kings without any problem. However, the opponent could kill 3 half-step kings, including Gu Li as well as more than 30 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. His strength was no small matter. With White Nightmare's strength, he might not be able to deal with him easily. Fortunately, as White Nightmare had said, with the hidden fog enchantment, he could attack and retreat at will. There was no need to worry about his safety. Fine, let's see how strong this person is first. If he can be dealt with, there's no need to wait for others. With this thought in mind, the fat demonic human followed. On the island, Yi Qin, who was comprehending the space profound, felt something amiss. Previously he could still feel the gale blowing through the mountain. But now the gale had stopped, and the island was completely silent, as if it had been isolated from the world. But his soul power, which was only several hundred meters wide, suddenly expanded, instantly covering the entire island and continuing to spread out. Not good. It's an enchantment. His soul power was obstructed by a layer of barrier, as if it had sunk into a swamp. In his soul perception, there was a boundless black fog surging out. Rip. With a flash of sword light, Yi Qin broke out of the mountain and appeared above the island. The ocean outside the island had disappeared from his line of sight, replaced by layers of black fog. It was exactly the same as in his soul perception. At this moment, an opening appeared in the black fog and two figures flew in. Demonic humans. Yi Qin squinted his eyes. They were naturally White Nightmare and the fat demonic human. They had also noticed Yi Qin. "Are you the one who killed my demonic human clansman?" The fat demonic human shouted. Yi Qin said without batting an eyelid, "I'm afraid you're not here to ask whether I'm a murderer or not. So why bother asking?" With the demonic human race's tyranny, as long as he was a suspect, it didn't matter if he was the murderer or not. "Then you're the murderer." White Nightmare sized up Yi Qin and said coldly. "Correct." Yi Qin didn't plan to hide it. There was no point in hiding it. "Very good. Being able to kill Gu Li means you have some strength. White Nightmare will test you first." Hearing Yi Qin admit that he was the murderer, White Nightmare released his killing intent like a devil. "Bring it on then." Yi Qin was confident that he could break the barrier. The barrier was actually a method of using spatial power, but it was powered by formations. With a void-shattering finger, it shouldn't be hard to open a path through the barrier. However, he couldn't leave the island right now. Murong still hadn't come out, which meant that she was in a crucial moment of breaking into the half-step king realm. Once interrupted, she would need a long time to break into the half-step king realm again. The details were very complicated. Therefore he had to observe the situation first. "Do along, don't do anything. I'll deal with him." White Nightmare said to the fat demonic human. "Be careful." The fat demonic human took a step back and glanced at the place where Murong Qingqing was cultivating. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 774. White Nightmare didn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, so he still cultivated Zhen Yuan. However, his Zhen Yuan was contaminated with a large amount of demonic qi. This demonic qi mixed with Zhen Yuan, but not only did it not decrease the destructive power of Zhen Yuan, it instead made it even more berserk. As White Nightmare circulated his Zhen Yuan with all his strength, an ash-gray qi flow appeared outside his body and violently revolved around him. A frightening pressure swept out in all directions, dispersing much of the black mist at the edge of the island. Some of the small hills on the island even turned into ashes, scattering between the heaven and earth. Although this cultivation base is not as good as Blackwater Alliance's Wang Tai, it's not the slightest bit inferior to Flame Burst King. In terms of pressure, Flame Burst King is a lot weaker. Seems like Demonic Human Clan is worthy of being the ruler of Chaotic Demonic Ocean. Their resources are unimaginable. Half-Step King was a process of accumulating Zhen Yuan. The more vigorous the Zhen Yuan, the more hope one had of reaching peak Half-Step King, and the chance of breaking through to life and death realm. If one's Zhen Yuan accumulation was insufficient, then breaking through to life and death realm would be a long way off. It was extremely difficult for a Half-Step King to accumulate Zhen Yuan. If one cultivated with upper-grade spirit stones, one might not be able to reach peak Half-Step King in 100 years. Cultivating with supreme-grade spirit stones would increase the speed by many folds, and the best choice was none other than Zhen Yuan crystals. This was a shortcut. Unfortunately, supreme-grade spirit stones were too hard to find. Even 5th-grade sects might not have much in stock, and Zhen Yuan crystals could only be produced by Life and Death Kings. Flame Burst King's cultivation base was so deep because he was trapped on Devouring Island. Every month he would have a lot of Zhen Yuan crystals for cultivation. Wang Tai's cultivation base was twice that of Flame Burst King, and he was suspected to be a strongest, half-step king. This was also because he was an important figure of Blackwater Alliance, so he didn't need to worry about Genuine crystals. The Thunder Spirit King from the True Spirit Continent was one of the top half-step king warriors, so it would be impossible for him to have an endless amount of extreme rank spirit stones, not to mention Genuine crystals. He might have been lucky enough to get some other treasures to increase his cultivation, since he was not that old after all. If he were to rely on accumulating his cultivation, it would take him at least dozens of years to reach that level. Therefore, Yi Chen clearly understood that cultivation talent was important, but so were resources. For example, in Half-Step King Realm, if one had sufficient resources, one's cultivation base could increase by 10 times, or even dozens of times. Others wouldn't be able to catch up no matter how hard they tried. Bang! He took a step forward and energy ripples spread in all directions. Bai Hao roared. His arms turned into countless phantoms, attacking Yi Chen fiercely. The space in front of White Nightmare distorted, and a large amount of grayish-white energy shot out like sharp blades. Some spun, some slashed, and some collided with each other, changing directions. In an instant, the dense grayish-white energy was like an inescapable net, enveloping Yi Chen's figure. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp as he observed the trajectory of the chi flow. He then pulled out his Thunder Disaster Sword, slashing upwards, slashing sideways, sweeping and stabbing. Although there were a lot of gray chi flows, none of them could get within 3 meters of Yi Chen. It was as if this area was an absolute domain that nothing could get close to. In the void, some of the chi flows collided and changed directions again. However, it was futile. Yi Chen's spiritual sword was extremely fast and silent. Sometimes, the chi flows were clearly coming from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen was intercepting the chi flows in front of him, but they would be shattered by the time they got within 3 meters. Yi Chen simply didn't know when Yi Chen would counterattack. Under the life and death realm, Yi Chen's sword arts were already at an unfathomable realm. Any offensive techniques would be useless against him. As if realizing this, White Nightmare gave up on fighting speed and switched to a powerful killing move. Void Forcing Chop. White Nightmare roared, and his sturdy right hand turned into a bone blade. Grayish-white chi curled around the bone blade as he launched a powerful strike at Yi Chen. Rip. Grayish-white blade chi slashed down with peerless tyranny. Yi Chen's body slanted upwards. Facing the blade chi, he swept his sword diagonally, and a dark golden ripple burst forth, destroying White Nightmare's killing move. At the same time, Yi Chen's left hand was not idle either. His fingers formed a sword and pointed at the nearby White Nightmare. Go! The blood-ruined sword left its scabbard and turned into 9 sword images, shooting at White Nightmare. Imperial Sword Attack. White Nightmare was gobsmacked. He had heard of this lost sword art before. It was said that in ancient times, there was an era of swordsmen. There were many swordsmen among martial artists, and the Imperial Sword Art was one of the most legendary sword arts. This sword art had an extremely high requirement on soul power. Without a soul power talent, one could not bring out the essence of this sword art. Flying swords controlled by the Imperial Sword Art were incomparably fast. Before the enemy could even react, they would be pierced through the heart or decapitated. It was impossible to defend against. Cultivated to the highest realm, one could unleash 81 swords simultaneously, striking fear into the hearts of others and forcing them to retreat. Although Yi Chen's Imperial Sword Art had only reached the realm of 9 swords simultaneously, it could not be looked down upon. Just the speed of the flying swords was enough to make many people suffer. Having no time to defend, White Nightmare crossed his arms and curled his body into a ball. Grayish-white chi crazily revolved around him, forming a shield of light. Ding 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 ding, rip. The majority of the 9 sword phantoms were repelled. Only the blood-ruined sword's attack power was the strongest. It instantly pierced through White Nightmare's protective Genuine and was about to strike his body. Get lost. White Nightmare's curled body stretched out, and the powerful Genuine in his body erupted like a sun, blasting away the blood-ruined sword's main body. What a powerful Genuine! Yi Chen squinted his eyes. This sword of his could already kill the majority of half-step kings. Half a month ago, the middle-aged demonic man had suffered a bit of injury when facing the Imperial Sword Art. Who would have thought that White Nightmare's Genuine would be so much stronger than that of the middle-aged demonic man? The Imperial Sword Art would be ineffective. After repelling the blood-ruined sword's main body, White Nightmare hastily retreated. There was a shallow sword scar on his arm, but it could only be regarded as a flesh wound. The sword chi contained within had long been forced out by his Zhen Yuan. However, Yi Chen was only at the peak of late Sea of Soul realm. If he were to advance to half-step king realm, wouldn't he be killed in one sword strike? White Nightmare, delay him. At this moment, the fat demonic man suddenly shot a glance at White Nightmare. What are you doing? White Nightmare transmitted his Zhen Yuan. His companion is there, and he should be cultivating in seclusion. As long as we capture his companion, we can make him restrain himself and bring him back alive. The fat demonic man's thoughts were deeper than White Nightmare's. Capturing Yi Chen alive was more beneficial than killing Yi Chen. At this moment, he had already determined the specific location of Yi Chen's companion. All right. White Nightmare faintly nodded. He was not an honorable person. For the sake of his goal, he would be unscrupulous. Buzz. A huge iron shield appeared in his left hand as he inwardly thought, close combat is my advantage. Let's see how you resist. Swish. Holding the shield, White Nightmare pounced at Yi Chen. Dragging things out like this is not a solution. This place has already been discovered and more demonic humans are rushing over. I'd better kill these two first. Yi Chen's killing intent was set, and he didn't want to drag things out any longer. Waning Moon. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen slashed down with all his might. The crescent-shaped sword energy looked like a black crescent moon as it flew out, leaving a clear sword mark in the air that did not disappear for a long time. Facing this sword, White Nightmare felt as if the entire world had disappeared, and he had lost track of Yi Chen as well. It was as if he was flying in a boundless white world, and what greeted him was a boundless black sword energy. I have to block it. White Nightmare didn't have the time to launch an attack. He raised the huge iron shield in front of him and shrunk his body behind it. As Zhen Yuan poured into the shield, it blossomed with a gray-white radiance and rapidly enlarged into a small mountain, blocking the black sword energy. Clang! Dazzling sparks flew everywhere, and cracks appeared on the shield in White Nightmare's hand. The cracks spread out from the sword mark in the center, producing a teeth-numbing metal cracking sound. If not for White Nightmare's Zhen Yuan being strong enough, the shield would have long since shattered. There was a loud bang. White Nightmare held the shield upside down as his whole body shot out. He came and went quickly, spurting out a mouthful of blood in midair. His face was extremely pale. On the other side, the fat demonic man had flown toward Murong Qingqing's seclusion location at an extreme speed the moment Yi Chen made his move. However, he didn't expect White Nightmare to be defeated so quickly. He didn't have much time left, so he had to capture Yi Chen's companions first and make them hesitate. Scram! Yi Chen sensed the fat demonic man's movements and saw that he wasn't far from Murong Qingqing's seclusion cave. Ordinary sword chi wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he extended his left index finger and pointed at the fat demonic man. It was precisely the void-shattering finger. The trajectory of the finger energy couldn't be seen, but Yi Chen's finger only pointed once, and the space around the fat demonic man immediately distorted. The boundless finger energy sent him flying, making him somersault in the air. Swoosh swoosh. With one finger attack, Yi Chen repeatedly used the void-shattering finger. Transparent traces of distortion appeared in the air, exploding around the fat demonic man. What a powerful finger energy. The fat demonic man turned pale with fright and retreated again and again, unable to get close to Murong Qingqing. Go. With a loud shout, the fat demonic man no longer had the heart to fight. He flew toward the black mist at the edge of the island and roared at White Nightmare. Yi Chen's expression turned even colder as he chased after him. However, the barrier's power was extremely mysterious. Yi Chen had only entered a few dozen meters into the black mist when he lost track of the two. Moreover, he himself was about to get lost in the black mist. Left with no choice, Yi Chen could only retreat from the black mist and return to the sky above the island. Outside the barrier, White Nightmare continuously vomited blood. We underestimated him. Seeing White Nightmare's appearance, the fat demonic man said with a gloomy expression. White Nightmare waved his hand. I'm going to meditate. Don't let anyone disturb me. His injuries were too severe. Even with a demonic human's physique, he couldn't bear it. Landing on a huge reef outside the island, White Nightmare sat cross-legged and took out a scarlet pill from his storage ring. Swallowing it, he closed his eyes and focused on healing. Chapter 775. His injuries are so heavy. The fat demonic man thought that White Nightmare had only suffered ordinary injuries. How could he have imagined that even speaking would be exhausting? Moreover, the pellet he took out was the famous blood yuan pellet of the demonic human clan. This kind of pellet was only used when suffering from incurable injuries. Even half-step demonic human kings like them only had one pellet each. After using it, they would have to wait until next year to reclaim it. This kid can't be dealt with alone. I'll have to wait for all 4 of them to arrive before using the 6-way cloud pollution. The fat demonic man inwardly said. Inside the enchantment, on the island, putting away the thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen turned around and glanced at Murong Qingqing's seclusion. I wonder when Murong Qingqing will finish her seclusion and become a half-step demonic human king? Yi Chen was a bit hesitant. If Murong Qingqing still needed a few more days to finish her seclusion, the longer he stayed here, the more danger he would face. Who knew how many experts the demonic human clan had sent? Once the number of Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans reached a certain level, coupled with a few half-step demonic human kings, he would have no choice but to flee. What he was most worried about was whether the demonic human clan had sent a demonic human king. Life and death kings were the peak strength of Elysium. Only by reaching this realm could one truly move freely between heaven and earth. Life and death kings were extremely difficult to kill. Among them, even the weakest had cultivated limb rebirth. As long as their head and heart were not destroyed, they would be completely fine. At the flesh derivation realm, even if they were beaten into meat paste, they could come back to life. The most powerful was the blood rebirth realm. As long as a drop of blood remained, even the smallest drop of blood could be reborn. Being chased by a demonic human king was the most frightening thing. Forget it. I'll wait one more day. If it doesn't work, I'll wake Murong up and have her break the enchantment. Relaxing his furrowed brows, Yi Chen said inwardly. However, I only have a certain amount of confidence in breaking the barrier. I might not succeed. I should take this opportunity to comprehend the space ultimacy. Every little bit counts. Right now, I'm only one step away from reaching 40% of the space ultimacy. Maybe I can reach it. 10% of space profound was equivalent to 30% of ordinary profounds, and 40% of space profound was equivalent to 120% of ordinary profounds. This was already more powerful than the perfection of ordinary profounds. Once he reached this realm, the might of void-shattering finger alone would not be inferior to waning moon. Returning to his cave, Yi Chen continued to comprehend the space profound, trying to figure out the basics of it. In the abode where Murong was, the black light flickered more and more frequently. The white mist had already filled the entire abode. It was so hot that one could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. In the center of the cave, Murong Qingqing was covered in a thick white mist, which was rising up from the top of her head in an endless stream. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing's face was abnormally red, and her lips were starting to feel dry, not as smooth and moist as before. Her blood flowed faster, evaporating the water in her body. Even though she had the perfect demonic human bloodline, she couldn't withstand the rapid loss of water. After all, she was still a flesh body, not an energy body. Water was very important to a living being. Time passed bit by bit. Murong Qingqing's body was losing more and more water. Her lips started to crack and her long black hair started to lose its luster. Meanwhile, her breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Night fell and a waning moon hung in the sky. Both inside and outside the enchantment were racing against time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard in the distance. It was extremely fast. Previously, it had been indistinct, but in the blink of an eye, it could be heard clearly. They're here. The fat demonic human revealed a happy expression. He stood up and flew into the sky. Haha, Dolong, I didn't expect you to arrive first and even set up the hidden fog enchantment. More than 200 people flew over. The one speaking was a red-robed demonic human. He was tall and burly with a square head and a face covered in black scales. Hey Lin, you guys are so slow. The fat demonic human Dolong laughed. We were a bit slow. We also had a few suspects, but they were too weak. They couldn't be the culprit, so I killed them casually. The red-robed demonic human Hey Lin didn't mind. Yes, I killed them. Dolong nodded. Why is White Nightmare injured? Who injured him? The gray-robed demonic human beside Hey Lin exclaimed. Hearing this, Hey Lin also looked over. Dolong's expression darkened. We've already fought with the culprit who killed our clansman. He injured White Nightmare. This person is so strong. Can you tell us in detail? Hey Lin's expression was grave. Doran told the two of them everything that had happened. White Nightmare almost died at his hands. Hei Lin said in a low voice. White Nightmare's strength was the strongest in their group, but even he had suffered a crushing defeat at Yi Chen's hands. One could imagine how powerful Yi Chen was. I was planning to go in and kill the culprit right now. Seems like we'll have to wait a bit longer. The gray-robed demonic human glanced at the enchantment and said, Right. White Nightmare is currently recovering from his injuries. The three of us don't have much assurance. Of course, with several hundred clansmen, we don't need to fear him. As long as he doesn't run, killing him won't be a problem. However, there's a chance that he might escape. Once he does, it'll take a lot more time to find him. Wait for Blue Blood and the rest to arrive. With the 6 of us working together and the 6-way cloud pollution, even as strongest half-step king won't be able to escape unscathed. And let's wait. The 3 chose a towering reef and sat cross-legged, calmly waiting. Time flew by, and a smear of reddish-orange appeared on the ocean. Before long, an intense ray of sunlight shone from the end of the ocean. The sky was bright. An abnormally powerful spatial ripple transmitted from Yi Chen's cave. Under this spatial ripple, the mountain peak distorted like a reflection in the water. As the water rippled, the reflection naturally rippled along with it. It was an incomparably profound scene. The frequency of the spatial ripple increased, and the mountain peak distorted more and more. Finally, the entire mountain peak shattered like a mirror, folding into countless pieces and scattering into a pile. On top of the pile of rubble, Yi Chen floated, his long hair fluttering in the wind. One could see the space around his body distorting as if he was not in this world. 40% space profound done. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen revealed a joyous expression. 4 Extreme Emperor's foundation of space profound was too precious. With this foundation, Yi Chen was no longer like before, fumbling about on his own. Sometimes he would wander aimlessly and waste a lot of time. With the help of the foundation, Yi Chen could comprehend space profound in a regular pattern. Although he might not make any progress at times, once he did, it would lead to a chain of comprehensions. 40% space profound was already equivalent to 120% of ordinary profounds. Even the majority of life and death kings might not be able to compare to him in terms of space profound. After all, Yi Chen's comprehension ability was 5 times that of ordinary people, and he also had the foundation of space profound. His superiority was simply too great. After this matter, I'll start creating space profound sword arts. Only by creating my own space profound sword art can I display the full effect of space profound. Other people's profound martial skills were others in the end, and their perception would not be as deep. Nobody could understand their own profound martial skills as well. Murong's side seems to have made great progress. Floating in the air, Yi Chen sensed a powerful demonic ripple coming from Murong Qingqing. This demonic ripple was no longer at Sea of Soul Realm, but close to Half-Step King Realm. Evidently, Murong Qingqing was about to break through, perhaps in the next moment. Haha, you're all here. Just as Yi Chen exited his seclusion, a new situation occurred outside the enchantment. Another group of demonic humans rushed over, 202 in number. Adding the others, all the experts dispatched by demonic humans had arrived. We were just waiting for you. Black Scales let out a sigh of relief and smiled. What? The person inside the enchantment is very troublesome. Even the 4 of you can't handle him? Of the 2 half-step demonic human kings, one had light blue skin while the other had a wooden expression. Sensing the problem, the blue-skinned half-step demonic human king said, He's much more troublesome than you think. But now that everyone is here, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. He can only obediently wait to be captured. White Nightmare's treatment is almost complete. At this moment, the fat demonic human duo Long said, It's a good time. About half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, White Nightmare, who was sitting cross-legged on a reef, opened his eyes. Surging Jin Yuan rushed out, shattering the surrounding reef and reversing the waves. He stood up and flew to the side of the group, then said with killing intent, Let's do it. Let's go. Duo Long signaled the Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans to open a hole in the enchantment. Swish. Their figures flickered as they entered, and the other Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans followed behind, flying in batches. The enchantment closed, leaving only 108 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans in charge of maintaining the enchantment. 6 half-step demonic human kings and 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. Yi Chen's complexion was unsightly. He didn't expect so many experts to arrive. One White Nightmare was already not weak, and 5 half-step demonic human kings were no small matter. Moreover, 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans were already a medium-sized force, capable of sweeping across half-step kings. Yi Chen was astonished, but White Nightmare and the rest were even more astonished. They were not astonished by Yi Chen, but by Murong Qingqing's seclusion location. An extremely pure demonic power ripple was transmitted from there. It should be known that demonic power could only be cultivated by perfect demonic human bloodline. Humans and ordinary demonic humans simply couldn't cultivate it. Could this kid's companion be a perfect demonic human? This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, from the demonic power ripple, the other party seemed to be in the process of breaking through. Once a perfect demonic human broke through to the half-step king realm, they would become a perfect half-step king. Chapter 776. Perfect half-step demonic human king. This was no joke. It represented the most perfect half-step demonic human king, as well as the most invincible. Moreover, the opponent cultivated demonic power which was higher than Zhen Yuan. It was a higher level energy. Under the same cultivation base, those who cultivated demonic power could instantly kill those who didn't. This was the disparity between them. Apart from this, as members of the demonic human clan, the 6 also knew that perfect demonic vessels could awaken innate abilities, which would become more and more frightening along with the increase in realm. For example, if the innate ability was defense, then it would become more and more powerful along with the increase in realm. Even if the opponent's cultivation base was much higher, they would still find it hard to break through. They had only come to capture or kill the murderer. How could they have imagined that they would run into a perfect demonic vessel? The 6 exchanged glances. Haha. Black Scales laughed heartily and said to the 5, "This is our luck. Perfect demonic vessel bloodline? Even my chaotic demon ocean lineage has only cultivated 2 of them. One is at mid-sea of soul realm, and the other is only at late astral reaching realm. If we capture this person and bring him back, the Patriarch and the rest will certainly reward us handsomely. Zhen Yuan crystals and extreme grade spirit stones will not be lacking. I wonder where she came from. Apart from our chaotic demon ocean, are there other demonic human clans that can raise a perfect demonic vessel?" Dolong asked. The blue-skinned demonic human said, "My chaotic demon ocean is known as the 10 Great Clans. In fact, in ancient times, there were more than 10 demonic human clans. There were hundreds of them. However, with the passage of time, some clans gradually declined until they disappeared. Some clans hid in the dark, never seeing the light of day. Isn't there a Yuan clan on True Spirit Continent? I heard they also have 2 demonic human kings. Perhaps she came from the Yuan clan. Who cares about the Yuan family? Would they dare to fight against our top 10 families?" Earlier on, the leader and the others had already planned to go to the True Spirit Continent and force the Yuan family to migrate over, turning our demi-demon race into the top 11 families. The perfect demi-demon bloodline that they have raised would naturally have to serve us as well. It is only natural. Looks like the heavens favor my demonic human clan. One day, my demonic human clan will unite the entire Elysium. Hearing this, Yi Chen creased his brows. He didn't expect that the demonic human clan would stretch their hands this far. They actually had their eyes on the True Spirit Continent's demonic human clans, and even wanted to force the Yuan clan to migrate over. Since the Yuan clan had migrated over, the Murong clan and other demonic human clans would not be able to escape either. After all, their strength was too weak, and it was impossible for them to contend against the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan. Not to mention them, any power on True Spirit Continent seemed weaker than the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan. Murong being targeted by them was definitely a troublesome matter. I was too careless. If I had known this would happen, I would have interrupted Murong's breakthrough and left this place. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within them. However, according to our demonic human clan's historical records, once the perfect demonic human bloodline breaks through to the perfect half-step demonic human king realm, its battle prowess will be unparalleled. With the 6 of us and 500 clansmen, it won't be difficult to defeat or kill her. However, it won't be easy to capture her. The gray-robed demonic human said with a frown. White Nightmare's killing intent overflowed. There's no need to waste so much effort. As long as we injure her with all our strength, we can bring her back. You're right. Even if she becomes a perfect half-step demonic human king, she will need time to familiarize herself with her strength. She won't be able to excavate her strength to the limit so quickly. Duo Long nodded. The six didn't have any intention of interrupting Murong Qingqing's breakthrough. After all, the breakthrough of a perfect demonic human bloodline was no small matter. Once interrupted, who knew what would happen? In the worst case, they might bring back a cripple and they would be punished. Therefore, they could only wait for Murong Qingqing's breakthrough before capturing her. In any case, with their current strength and numbers, they didn't need to worry about not being able to deal with her. Before that, we have to take care of this trouble first. Turning his head, White Nightmare looked at Yi Chen with a sinister gaze, his white freckled face brimming with killing intent. Since she has the perfect demonic human bloodline, there's no need to keep her alive, lest something unexpected happens. Black Scales sneered. Seems like you're quite confident. Yi Chen secretly accumulated his strength. A peerless destruction sword intent converged in his sea of soul, ready to erupt at any time and destroy everything. You think that with our strength we shouldn't be confident? The blue-skinned demonic human looked at Yi Chen with a mocking expression. Don't waste words with him. Let's attack together and kill him. The destructive power of 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans was too great, and could easily destroy the entire island. Therefore the six decided to personally take action and kill Yi Chen. With their control ability, as long as they paid the slightest bit of attention, the island wouldn't suffer too much pressure. Very well, I'll kill you as well. Yi Chen's body suddenly leaned forward. Without any warning, he unsheathed the Thunder Disaster Sword and slashed at the waning moon. Buzz. The black crescent-shaped sword energy seemed as if it wanted to devour the whole world. The scorching sun in the sky dimmed, losing its splendor. As the sword energy advanced, a pure destruction sword intent spread out like a storm, engulfing everything. At this moment, Yi Chen exerted his strength to the limit. Bastard, be careful. White Nightmare, who had tasted the might of this sword, roared. Gray-white Zhen Yuan gushed out of his body and surged forward like a surging tide. Apart from Duo Long, the other four already knew that Yi Chen had an extremely powerful sword art. Facing this sword art, they couldn't be careless and had to join hands to defend. Otherwise their lives would be in danger. Therefore, including Duo Long, all five of them operated their Zhen Yuan to the limit and rushed out together. Converging with White Nightmare's gray-white Zhen Yuan, they formed a multicolored river of Zhen Yuan and intercepted the black sword energy. Rumble. The black sword energy bombarded the river of Zhen Yuan with an unstoppable momentum, bursting out energy ripples that distorted the enchantment above the island. Layers upon layers of black mist were annihilated, as if a black sheet of paper had been painted with a different color, leaving a large empty space. The sun and moon lost their radiance and the heaven and earth lost their color. The spectating Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans all lost their hearing and sight. They couldn't feel anything, as if time had frozen in this space. Dong. It was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a very long time, or perhaps it was only an instant, but everyone's hearing was restored. However, the loud noise that followed made them dizzy. Their vision turned black and they almost fell from the sky. Bearing the brunt of the attack, White Nightmare and the other demonic humans couldn't help but fly back. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths, their complexions slightly pale. Meanwhile, Yi Chen also retreated a dozen steps, his clothes fluttering in the wind. How can he be so powerful? Even with the combined strength of the six of us, we can barely block him. Facing him alone, won't we die without a doubt? Black Scales was both startled and furious. Duo Long said, take out the six-way cloud polarity. Otherwise, our chances of killing him won't be high unless we have 500 of our clansmen attack together. And this kid must be dealt with the six-way cloud polarity. A gloomy light flickered in the hand of the gray-robed demonic human, and a wrist-thick chain of unknown length appeared. The chain was black with a barb at the front and a ring at the back. The ring was tied to a thin chain, and the front of the chain was a buckle that seemed to be able to hold on to something. The chain was clearly an artifact, emitting an extremely powerful fluctuation. However, according to Yi Chen's eyesight, this chain was merely a half-step extreme-grade artifact. He didn't know what kind of mysteries it had. Connect. The blue-skinned demonic human roared. Ka. A shocking scene occurred. The ends of the chains in the hands of the six people could actually connect with each other, interlocking with each other. In this way, the chains in the hands of the six people could be considered as one, turning from individual to whole. Even an idiot could tell that the power of the chains was different. Kill? The six lined up and brandished the chains in their hands, lashing at Yi Chen. Crack. A mountain on the island was only grazed by a chain, and it immediately turned into ashes, blown away by the qi. Meanwhile, the other 5 chains attacked at Yi Chen one after the other. Black qi surged out from the surface of the chains, making them look very thick. At first glance, they looked like 5 black flood dragons dancing in the air, trying to tear Yi Chen into pieces. Ding! His figure flickered as Yi Chen held the Thunder Disaster Sword and clashed head-on with one of the chains. Immediately, an incomparably frightening power transmitted from the chain and struck Yi Chen's body along the Thunder Disaster Sword. Yi Chen's entire body was blasted away. Although he had made ample preparations, he didn't expect the chain's might to be this powerful. How was this a half-step extreme-grade artifact? It was most likely a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact. With the 6 of them using a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact, although their movements were inconvenient, their Zhenyuan was more abundant. After all, the Zhenyuan of 6 people added together was not something a single person could compare to. He finally understood the use of the 6-way cloud pollution. With it, the 6 of them could completely contend against the strongest, half-step king. What? Didn't kill him? Didn't injure him either? Duo Long was astonished. So that's how it is. He's wearing a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact. No wonder he can come out unscathed. Seeing the bronze runes on Yi Chen's protective Zhenyuan, White Nightmare immediately understood. So what if he has a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact? His cultivation base is only at the peak late Sea of Soul realm. He simply can't bring out the full might of a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact. Moreover, activating a pseudo-extreme-grade defensive artifact requires a large amount of Zhenyuan. He can't use it more than a few times. Kill. With that thought in mind, the 6 of them continued to wave their chains and attack Yi Chen. Whatever the chains that were spewing out with the black qi would be destroyed. Dang dang dang. Yi Chen unceasingly waved his sword to counterattack. Due to his apprehension of the chain's destructive power, he had to send out sword qi through the air to block the chain. However, the sword qi couldn't compare to the attack of the sword itself, and was easily shattered by the chain. Left without a choice, Yi Chen clashed with the chain a few more times. Each time, his blood and qi boiled and he rapidly retreated. Chapter 777. Die. White Nightmare and Hei Lin had the highest cultivation base. The 2 waved the black chains in their hands, and like 2 dragons emerging from the sea, they attacked Yi Chen from the left and right. The frightening pressure brought by the 6-way cloud pollution froze the space around Yi Chen, making it hard for him to dodge. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't afford to hold back anymore. He shot out 4 void-shattering fingers, each striking the 2 chains. Space immediately warped. Although the 6-way cloud pollution was powerful, its trajectory was warped by the void-shattering fingers, and it slid to the side. Space profound. Hei Lin's pupils shrank. His space profound has become much more powerful. Duo Long was the only one who had seen Yi Chen's void-shattering fingers. He could tell that Yi Chen's void-shattering fingers had become even more powerful. It could even warp the 6-way cloud pollution's trajectory. Yi Chen's figure shot backward. Not daring to waste a single second, he took out 2 upper supreme-grade pellets from his storage ring, swallowing one and hiding the other in his mouth. This pellet was a semi-supreme-grade pellet given to him by Dragon God Celestial Palace. Not only could it rapidly recover Zhenyuan, it had no side effects. Unfortunately, there was only 1 bottle and every time he used one it would be 1 less. The pellet melted in his mouth like a clear spring, flowing through his limbs and bones while recovering Yi Chen's withered Zhenyuan. Let's attack together. Use the 6-way array. He has a semi-supreme grade pellet for recovering Zhenyuan. Seeing Yi Chen's Zhenyuan rising again, the blue-skinned demonic human's expression changed as he yelled at the other 5. We actually have to use the 6-way array to kill him. Even if this kid dies, he should be proud. Yi Chen's toughness caused the 6 expressions to turn grave. The 6-way cloud polishing rope was an artifact passed down in the demonic human race. It could be divided into 6 parts, and the 6 parts could also combine into one, forming a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Corresponding to this artifact was a 6-way array. The 6-way array combined with the 6-way cloud polishing rope could not only trap the enemy, but also exhaust them, ultimately killing them. It was originally meant to deal with strongest, half-step kings. Who would have thought that it would be used on a peak Sea of Soul realm cultivator like Yi Chen? The 6 of them had also consumed a lot of Zhenyuan. Using the 6-way array required a lot of Zhenyuan. The 6 of them swallowed down a medicinal pill at the same time, trying their best to restore their Zhenyuan. 6-way formation, seal heaven and earth. the thin chains attached to the chains were extremely long. The six separated and surrounded Yi Qin in the middle, forming a six-way array. As soon as the array was formed, a boundless and frightening black qi flowed along the chains and shot out from the six bodies, forming six black qi pillars. The qi pillars connected with each other and formed a thin black membrane, sealing Yi Qin within. Inside the six-way array, Yi Qin could no longer see the scene on the island. Raising his head, he could only see black qi surging everywhere. What a mysterious array. Yi Qin's Zhenyuan had already recovered 80%, so he didn't have to worry about running out of Zhenyuan for the time being. However, the situation before him didn't allow him to be optimistic. Off. In the void, black qi surged. All of a sudden, a chain shrouded in black qi appeared out of nowhere and attacked Yi Qin with an unstoppable momentum. Yi Qin didn't dare to face it head-on. Using the void-shattering finger's power, he twisted the chain's attack trajectory. However, in the next moment, another 5 chains appeared out of nowhere. Since he couldn't see the source of the chains, Yi Qin's reaction was a bit slower. He couldn't change the trajectory of the 5 chains at the same time like before. Only 3 of them could be twisted, while the remaining 2 were like evil dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Sword light flight art. Forming the sword wings on his back, Yi Qin's body flashed once, barely dodging the last 2 chains, brushing past his body. Off. The second wave of attacks followed. 6 chains danced in the air, forming an inescapable net. Meanwhile, Yi Qin felt like he was walking on a tightrope. He could be hit by the chains at any moment and fall from the tightrope, smashing his body into pieces. This won't do. Do I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword? Inside the 6-way array, Yi Qin was already at a disadvantage. He would be defeated and killed sooner or later. At this moment, apart from the Sky Scorpio sword, there was nothing else that could help Yi Qin break the 6-way array and escape. However, using the Sky Scorpio sword was no small matter. The Sky Scorpio sword was the sword of the Sky Scorpio King under Emperor 4 Extreme. It contained one of the 10 great miraculous metals, the purple crystal iron. When activated by the sword qi, it could instantly crystallize and shatter anything it came into contact with. However, with Yi Qin's Zhenyuan, he could only use the Sky Scorpio sword once. After that, his Zhenyuan would be completely drained. Although he had the Dragon God medal, which stored 30% of his Zhenyuan, and could be replenished at any time, as well as half a bottle of upper clear pellets, which could also allow his Zhenyuan to recover very quickly. However, one mustn't forget that there were still 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans outside. Even if he destroyed the 6-way array and killed 6 half-step demonic human kings, he would still have to face the joint attack of 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. The joint attack of 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans was absolutely destructive. Not to mention him, even as strongest half-step king would perish. Putting aside all these, once the Sky Scorpio sword appeared, Yi Qin would have to silence everyone who saw it, because it was too precious. After these demonic humans returned, they would certainly report the news to their demonic human kings. At that time, the ones chasing after him would not be Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans or half-step demonic human kings, but genuine demonic human kings. With his strength, even with the Sky Scorpio sword, facing a demonic human king would only lead to death. Could he exterminate all the demonic humans here? Clearly not. The biggest possibility was that after killing 6 half-step demonic human kings, he would be killed by 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. This possibility was 90%. Whatever, it's not the time of life and death yet. If that moment comes, even if I die, I'll use the Sky Scorpio sword. Being overcautious was not Yi Qin's style, but he couldn't be too impulsive either. Yi Qin decided to wait until Murong Qingqing broke through to half-step demonic human king realm. Then they would attack the 6-way array together and open a passage in the enchantment, leaving this place. Murong, you have to hurry. Yi Qin felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. In Murong Qingqing's seclusion cave, buzz. Waves of powerful demon power spread out. Murong Qingqing, who was at the source of the ripples, was dripping wet one moment and then dry the next. A thick white mist seemed to pour out from the top of her head. Her face was extremely dry, and her lips had already cracked open, with many wrinkles appearing on them. Her hair had gradually turned from black to yellow without a trace of luster. However, at this moment, an even more vast demonic power fluctuation spread out. The mountain where the cave was located trembled, and a dazzling black radiance shot out from the cracks on the mountain's surface. The entire mountain looked like a huge hedgehog with black radiance like swords. Ha! A crisp roar pierced through the sky. Murong Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes, which were unfathomable and incomparably sharp. The long hair on her head danced like black flames. White mist spread out in all directions. Murong Qingqing opened her hands, and her body bent into a bow shape. The water chi of heaven and earth gathered with her as the center, fusing into her body and nourishing her withered body. One could see with naked eyes that Murong Qingqing's long hair turned black and supple, carrying a trace of black light. The skin on her face returned to its original white and supple state, without a trace of blemish. It was like a boiled egg that had just been peeled off. The dead skin on her lips fell off automatically, revealing her moist and supple skin. She has broken through. Don't waste time. Kill this kid as soon as possible. He Lin had a bad premonition as he yelled. At the same time he sent a Zhen Yuan transmission to his 500 clansmen, telling them to stop Murong Qingqing and not let her come over and destroy the six-way formation. Within the six-way formation the frequency of the chain's attacks became higher and higher. It had long since reached the point of being dazzling and indistinguishable. If not for Yi Chen's pseudo-extreme grade armor, Dragon God Metal, Upper Clear Pellet and Void Shattering Finger, he would have long since been killed. In fact, although Yi Chen's strength couldn't compare to the strongest half-step kings, his survivability was still above them. The strongest half-step kings were stronger than Yi Chen in terms of offense and Zhen Yuan. However, in terms of reaction, defense and technique, they might not necessarily be able to surpass Yi Chen. This was also the biggest reason why Yi Chen could last until now. The chain's attack frequency suddenly increased, and the pressure on Yi Chen instantly increased tenfold. Ding, ding, ding. However, what left White Nightmare and the rest in disbelief was that Yi Chen had once again used a space profound sword art. This sword art had many loopholes, and it hadn't been fused with the space profound, so its might wasn't that formidable. However, it still contained the space profound. The instant it clashed with the chains, it could twist the chain's trajectory, allowing it to counter 1,000 caddies with little effort. Why is this kid so troublesome? Duo Long almost cursed it out loud. Go to hell. The six mustered their Zhen Yuan and brandished the chain with all their might, crazily attacking Yi Chen. The frequency once again doubled, and the Zhen Yuan within their bodies flowed like water. It was difficult for two fists to contend against four hands. Yi Chen's space profound sword art was still imperfect, and it was hard for him to resist such a high frequency of attacks. After being whipped several times by the chain, his protective Zhen Yuan, which had been amplified by the bronze armor, dimmed a bit. A tyrannical power passed through the protective Zhen Yuan and struck Yi Chen's body. Even though the power was weakened, it still caused him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Only now could Murong Qingqing freely control the demonic power within her body. She turned her head and saw the six half-step kings forming the six-way array. The array was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the person inside was Yi Chen. Stop him. 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans blocked in front of Murong Qingqing. Their weapons and gloves flickered with all kinds of lights. As long as their leader gave the order, they would attack together. Murong Qingqing coldly smiled. With a pung, a pair of huge black wings unfolded from her back. Black chi surged on the wings like black flames. With a fierce flap of the wings, Murong Qingqing's body instantly disappeared and reappeared behind the 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. So fast. The Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans were dumbstruck. They couldn't even keep up with such speed. How could they fight? A perfect half-step king was too frightening, especially one with innate speed. Chapter 778. The Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans could only look on blankly as Murong Qingqing flew toward Yi Chen. At this moment they didn't dare to attack, because whether it was the enemy or the six half-step kings leading them, they would all be within their range of attack. She's coming. Activate the six-way array. As long as we have a bit more time, we'll be able to kill this kid. White Nightmare and the rest were paying attention to Murong Qingqing. Seeing that the 500 clansmen couldn't stop her, their complexions changed. Each of them swallowed a Zhen Yuan replenishing pellet and activated the six-way cloud polation with all their strength. The black chi of the six-way cloud polation roiled, and the six thin chains connected to it were activated. A second membrane appeared around the six, putting them in between the two layers. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing's right hand turned into a blade and chopped down. The membrane around the six crazily distorted, causing their complexions to turn pale. It can't be broken. Murong Qingqing's brows creased. Midway, her hands rapidly formed seals. Due to her fast speed, it seemed as if her hands were shrouded in an illusory sphere. At the same time, boundless dark power rippled out from her body. Dark Devour. After forming seals, Murong Qingqing pushed her hands forward. Rumble. On the outer wall of the membrane, a dark energy ball that was constantly collapsing and rotating appeared. This dark energy ball was like a black hole, emitting an astonishing suction force that was distorting the membrane around the six of them. Under this terrifying suction force, the membrane became unstable, expanding and contracting at times as if it could collapse at any time. Don't even think about it. The six roared and poured their Zhen Yuan into the six-way cloud polation like water, stabilizing the membrane. Murong Qingqing coldly snorted and formed seals again, condensing a second dark energy sphere. Under the pincer attack of two dark energy spheres, the membrane finally couldn't endure and loudly collapsed. With the outer array broken, the six spurted blood, their Zhen Yuan fluctuating. Break. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Murong Qingqing struck toward Duo Long, who was the closest to her. As long as one of the six was injured or became uncoordinated, the six-way cloud polation would collapse. Damn it. As a last resort, Duo Long couldn't afford to attack Yi Qin anymore. He moved his body horizontally, avoiding Murong Qingqing's incoming palm energy. As his body moved, a flaw appeared in the six-direction formation and a gap appeared. With a swoosh, a sword light flashed, and Yi Qin rushed out of the gap. Fortunately, you broke through in time. Yi Qin was in a sorry state. There were many tears on his clothes, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, this was only his appearance. With the undying body, these injuries were nothing to Yi Qin. Of course, if Murong Qingqing had come a little later, the situation would have been even worse. Why didn't you interrupt me? Seeing the 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans and 6 half-step kings, Murong Qingqing sucked in a breath of cold air. She was somewhat blaming him. Facing so many enemies, Yi Qin should have interrupted her breakthrough and left together instead of risking his life to buy time for her. It's fine. You still don't believe me? Moreover, it's not like I don't have a trump card. I just can't use it casually. Yi Qin was talking about the Sky Scorpio sword. If I had broken through a little later, even if you had the Sky Scorpio sword, you might not have been safe. Murong Qingqing sized up the 6 half-step kings, then turned her head to glance at the 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans. She was speechless. This kind of lineup was not a joke. Let's go out first. I should be able to open a gap in this enchantment. Murong Qingqing's breakthrough allowed Yi Qin to heave a sigh of relief. Stalling for time was correct. Things were progressing in a good direction, and the only thing he had to face now was the enchantment. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. White Nightmare and the other 5 were attracted by Murong Qingqing's temperament. Compared to Murong Qingqing, even the perfect demonic human bloodline of Chaotic Demon Ocean Clan was far inferior to Murong Qingqing. She seemed to be the most perfect without a single flaw. Since they had encountered such a perfect demonic human bloodline, they had no reason to let her go. Therefore they had to capture her. Miss, you and I are both part of the demonic human clan, and you have the perfect demonic human bloodline. As long as you come back with us, I can guarantee that our demonic human clan will worship you as the saintess. This is much better than wandering the world with him. I believe you will make the right choice. Duo Long said patiently. Murong Qingqing said, I have my own clan. I don't need to join the Chaotic Demon Ocean Clan. If I'm not wrong, you should be from True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan. They're too weak and they're harming the dignity of my demonic human clan. Moreover, it's not just you. In the future, True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan will also join my Chaotic Demon Ocean. Duo Long revealed a faint smile. Then we'll talk about it later. As she spoke, Murong Qingqing silently held Yi Qin's palm, secretly accumulating demonic power. Yi Qin's heart shook as he understood Murong Qingqing's plan. I'm afraid it won't be good in the future. Why don't you come to my clan as guests? As long as the two returned to their territory, they would have the final say. Let's go. Murong Qingqing spoke halfway when the wings on her back fiercely flapped. A black halo emitted from her body as she brought Yi Qin toward the enchantment at the edge of the island. Her speed was so fast that only a black light could be seen. It was no different from teleportation. Damn it! Stop her. The six had long since been on guard against Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen's escape. The moment the two disappeared, they brandished their chains and lashed at the two. The six-way cloud polation was, after all, a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. Once activated, its speed was inconceivably fast. Unfortunately, Murong Qingqing's speed was not much slower than the six-way cloud polation. Adding on the fact that she was a step ahead, there was still a certain distance between them. No matter how much the six-way cloud polation urged, it could only gradually close the distance. The island was not small, but it was not big either. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing soon arrived before the enchantment, with the six-way cloud polation still chasing after them. Void-shattering finger. Yi Chen urged the space profound and stabbed at the enchantment in front of him. The enchantment was infused with the power of space, and was hard to see with the naked eye. However, under the attack of the void-shattering finger, it instantly distorted and bulged outwards. Pop. A spiraling passage appeared before the two. The walls of the passage looked like glass shards, a sign of the solidification of space power. Let's go. With no time to lose, the two rushed toward the spiraling passage. How is this possible? He actually broke the enchantment. The six turned pale with fright. The hidden fog enchantment was a rare enchantment of demonic humans. Although they knew that Yi Chen knew the space profound with his cultivation base and realm, it would be hard for him to break it. However, the scene before them clearly told them that Yi Chen had the ability to break the enchantment. It was truly beyond their expectations. Yi Chen's ability to break the enchantment was naturally not purely relying on the space profound. He also had the soul eye, which granted him the ability to instantly see through the imperfections of the enchantment. After all, not everyone outside was proficient in using the enchantment. Relying on this ability, he dared to say that he had a certain amount of confidence in breaking the enchantment. And now he had succeeded. Without the sixth command, the 500 Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans had already started attacking the moment Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen escaped. Therefore, the instant the two entered the passage, hundreds of attacks rained down on them. Shwa. Unfortunately, the two were a step faster and entered the spiraling passage first. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks landed on the enchantment barrier and the spiraling passage, producing a series of loud explosions. The passage rapidly collapsed and chased after Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. Open the enchantment quickly. Duo Long transmitted his voice to the demonic humans outside through a special method. Although the Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans outside didn't know what was happening inside, they could feel the enchantment shaking. Someone had forcefully broken the enchantment and was about to come out. Therefore, with Duo Long's command, they immediately stopped operating the enchantment and dispersed their Zhen Yuan. Layers of black mist scattered, and a gale blew in from the ocean outside the island. The entire island was suddenly exposed to the heaven and earth, looking extremely mysterious. The enchantment disappeared. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing felt the pressure lighten. Looking back, the island returned to its original appearance without any barrier. Forget about it. Let's leave this place first. Without the enchantment, Murong Qingqing's speed sharply increased once again. With a flap of the black wings on her back, she brought Yi Chen away like a black ray of light. After traveling for several dozen li, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing suddenly felt a frightening crisis approaching. Looking back, the two's expressions instantly changed. In his line of sight, a gigantic black chain that was several meters thick and immeasurably long rushed over. Wherever it went, the seawater was plowed open, the clouds in the sky were shattered, and some small islands suddenly collapsed, turning into dust. The might of this chain was terrifying to the point of being a complete mess. And the source of the chain was in White Nightmare's hands. Unknowingly, the six-way cloud pollution had reassembled into a single chain. Holding the six-way cloud pollution chain in its other form, White Nightmare circulated his Zhen Yuan with all his might and lashed out with the chain. As the chain lashed out, it automatically enlarged and lengthened, resulting in the scene just now. This is the true power of the pseudo-extreme grade artifact, the six-way cloud polishing rope. Its previous form could be used in conjunction with arrays, but its might was spread out. Its offensive power was only several times that of a half-step extreme grade artifact, not reaching the standard of a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Only then did Yi Chen understand how frightening the six-way cloud pollution chain was, and how frightening a pseudo-extreme grade artifact was. The bronze armor and six-way cloud pollution chain were of similar grade, but his cultivation base was only at peak late Sea of Soul Realm. Being able to resist the six-way cloud pollution chain made him feel somewhat strange. Rumble. The six-way cloud pollution chain's might was unparalleled as it swept toward the two with unstoppable momentum. Waning moon. Demonic finger. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing turned around and used their strongest moves, attacking the chain. Chapter 779. The black crescent-shaped sword power contained the profoundness of metal and water. It was sharp and tenacious at the same time and had great potential. When the sword was swung out, it seemed like the void was about to be cut open. Before it collided with the chains, the sharp sword power had already counterattacked. The black finger energy was Murong Qingqing's innate skill, demonic finger. Using Murong Qingqing's perfect half-step demonic king strength, its might was 10 times greater than before. The finger shot out, dragging a heart-palpitating black luster behind it, as if it was a resplendent black diamond. Dong. The crescent-shaped sword energy and the black finger energy collided with the chain, creating a shockwave that swept out in all directions. The island below exploded with a bang, and the surrounding 100 li of seawater caved in by several thousand meters. A huge black hole also appeared in the sky. This was the sign of stunning sky being torn apart by the shockwave. The might of the exchange between the two sides had already faintly surpassed the peak confrontation of two strongest, half-step kings. The shockwave not only destroyed everything in the vicinity, but also sent Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing flying with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. White Nightmare also spurted out blood. Yi Chen's waning moon and Murong Qingqing's demonic finger were enough to deal with one of them, but two of them were beyond his power. Moreover, the six-way cloud-scraping rope was not an ordinary pseudo-supreme grade artifact, and its Zhenyuan requirement was enormous. Thus, White Nightmare's Zhenyuan, which wasn't much to begin with, made him incomparably weak. His injuries seemed even more severe than those of Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. You didn't stop them? Beside him, Heilin's face was gloomy. Murong Qingqing's speed was astonishing, and the distance between them was close to 100 li. Even if they chased, they wouldn't be able to catch up. White Nightmare rigidly stared at the two in the distance and said, "Worthy of being a perfect half-step demonic human king. As soon as she entered this realm, her strength is already close to a strongest, half-step king. Given some time, it won't be hard for her to become a strongest, half-step king." On the side, Duolong smiled bitterly and said, "There's also that kid. His cultivation base is not high, but the profound sense martial skill he comprehended is incomparably profound, allowing him to display 10 times his strength. Fortunately, he hasn't become a half-step king. Otherwise, the ones running away wouldn't be them, but us. Although we didn't catch them, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Since we found the whereabouts of perfect half-step demonic human kings, the patriarchs will reward us with some Zhenyuan crystals and supreme great spirit stones. It's better than returning empty-handed." The blue-skinned humanoid comforted himself. After flying for tens of thousands of miles in a single breath, Murong Qingqing and Yi Chen finally slowed down a little, maintaining their normal speed. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact really can't be underestimated. That demonic human strength was lower than ours, but he could display a might surpassing ours. Trivial injuries were nothing to the two. Yi Chen had the undying body and instantly recovered. On the other hand, Murong Qingqing had a perfect demonic human bloodline, and her fourth-step demonic body was no small matter. Although her recovery speed was inferior to Yi Chen's, she had long since recovered. At this moment Yi Chen sighed. Murong Qingqing said, "This chain should be a peak existence among pseudo-supreme grade artifacts." Pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were usually replicas of supreme grade artifacts, and their might could hardly reach even half of an extreme grade artifact's might. Pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts, but it was not to say that pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were necessarily inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts. Some extremely powerful pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were not inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts at all. However, this six-way cloud pollution chain's might was simply too powerful, and it had many transformations. Even with the two of them joining hands, they could only slightly suppress it, and suffered some minor injuries. If it were the other two, they would have been smashed into meat paste by the chain. The demonic humans are the rulers of chaotic demonic ocean, and their hands and eyes are everywhere. It seems like we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. They had hidden themselves well enough, and were more than 1,000,000 li away from the scene of the incident. But they had still been discovered. It was easy to see how terrifying the demonic humans' control over chaotic demonic ocean was. It would be very difficult to escape their pursuit. The two no longer hesitated, choosing a direction and flying at a normal speed. After the two escaped, White Nightmare's group of 6 didn't linger on the island any longer. They immediately set off, returning to the demonic humans' headquarters. They wanted to report the discovery of the perfect demonic human bloodline and let the higher-ups make a decision. On the way back, the black-robed old man of the demonic human clan was also hurrying. His figure flashed through the void and his speed was unimaginable. A moment ago he was still 100,000 li away, but the next moment he was right in front of them. With the appearance of the black chi, the old man stopped as usual and began to investigate. The old man closed his eyes, and an incorporeal soul power spread out in all directions, covering a radius of several tens of thousands li. Seeing that there was nothing strange within several tens of thousands li, the old man formed a seal with both hands and let out a low roar. The evenly spread out soul power spread out, and the area it covered expanded by several times, reaching a radius of 200,000 li. The old man opened his eyes, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The black chi dissipated and the old man disappeared. White Nightmare's group of 6 quickly led the 600 clansmen. Suddenly, a black chi appeared in the sky before them, and a black-robed old man walked out. Ancestor. White Nightmare and the rest were shocked, and one after another they bowed in respect. The 500 clansmen behind them directly knelt in the void, not daring to raise their heads. The black-robed old man was none other than one of the demonic human kings of the demonic human clan. Demonic human kings were extremely revered existences no matter where they were. In the demonic human clan they were called Ancestor. This black-robed old man was extremely old, at least several hundred years old. Thus, he was worthy of being called Ancestor. All of you rise. The black-robed old man said expressionlessly. Yes. White Nightmare and the 500 clansmen rose one after another. From your appearance, you seem to have fought with someone? The black-robed old man asked. The fat demonic human Duolong said, Ancestor, we've already found the culprit, but we were useless. He escaped again. The 6 of you together with the 6-way cloud polishing rope and 600 clansmen still couldn't catch him. Could he be a strongest, half-step king? The black-robed old man's face sank. Beside him, Black Scales explained, Ancestor, he's not a strongest, half-step king, but he has grasped an extremely profound space profound, able to distort the 6-way cloud polishing rope's attack trajectory. Moreover, his strength is also close to a strongest, half-step king. His sword arts are unpredictable and hard to deal with. Oh, grasping space profound. This is not surprising. Space profound is one of the strongest profounds and has many wondrous uses. It can't be calculated with common sense. It's understandable that you couldn't catch him. But from your expressions, I'm afraid that's not the main reason. The black-robed old man observed their expressions and asked back. Ancestor is wise. Duolong cupped his hands and said, he was able to escape because he had a companion, and that companion's identity is no small matter. He has perfect demonic human bloodline and has already advanced to half-step king realm, possessing innate speed abilities. Perfect demonic human bloodline? Speak quickly. The black-robed old man's complexion suddenly changed, no longer maintaining his calm demeanor. Duolong didn't dare to keep the old man in suspense and said, according to our conjecture, she should be from True Spirit Continent. When we talked to her, she didn't deny it either. I'm thinking that our chaotic demonic ocean lineage should migrate people from True Spirit Continent to strengthen our clan. The black-robed old man glared at Duolong. Don't ask about matters that don't concern you. Yes. Duolong was startled and immediately lowered his head. True Spirit Continent is not a good place. There are as many kings as there are clouds in the sky, far more than any other place. If our chaotic demonic ocean lineage wants to subdue the True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan, we have to think long and hard. We can't be too hasty, lest we bring disaster upon ourselves. Although the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan seemed to be much more powerful than any power on True Spirit Continent, True Spirit Continent was not as simple as it looked. True Spirit Continent was known as the Land of 100 Kings, and the number of life and death kings had never been less than 100. And this was only the human side. Adding the demonic beasts and other races, there were even more life and death kings. If one recklessly charged in, even the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan would not be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, they would have long since forced the entire True Spirit continent to migrate. Alright, you go back and report this matter. I'll chase after them. The black-robed old man attached great importance to this matter. He wished he could immediately chase after that perfect demonic human bloodline. Unfortunately, 2 days had already passed, and the other party had already fled several million li away. With his ability, he couldn't find them in a short time. Yes. Duo Long, White Nightmare, and the other 5 immediately left with 600 clansmen. Perfect demonic human bloodline, hee. The black-robed old man coldly smiled and his body turned into black chi, disappearing like a bubble. Chaotic demonic ocean occupied several million li. 5 days later, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing left chaotic demonic ocean and arrived at the ocean outside. The two didn't continue on their way, but instead found a secluded island as a temporary resting place. Because Murong Qingqing had just entered the half-step king realm, she didn't have the time to consolidate her cultivation base and familiarize herself with her abilities. She could use this opportunity to consolidate her foundation. Moreover, with demonic power crystals, she could continue to strengthen her Zhen Yuan after consolidating her cultivation base. As for Yi Qin, although he had no hope of entering the half-step king realm for the time being, his Space Profound had already reached 40% completion, and his Space Profound sword art had also taken shape. As long as he had the time, creating a Space Profound sword art wouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 780. Yi Qin smiled faintly and didn't mind it too much. Although the opponent's concealment skill was very high, being able to merge with the sea water, it still couldn't escape his soul power's detection. The reason why he didn't make things difficult for him was because he was in the deep sea, the territory of the sea beast. It was best not to cause any trouble. This sword move has already reached 60 to 70% completion. I can give it a name now. Thinking back to the scene just now, Yi Qin mumbled to himself, let's call it Bewitching Mirror Shattering. When the sword was waved out, the mountain seemed to be reflected in a mirror and then shattered, giving people a very illusory feeling. Therefore, the first 2 words were very suitable, as it was both poetic and dreamy. The second 2 words, shattering, brought people back to the cruel atmosphere. No matter how beautiful the bewitching mirror was, it would still shatter one day. Swords were originally used for killing, and sword moves were also created for killing. Bewitching Mirror Shattering. Bewitching Mirror Shattering. Yi Qin repeated it twice and suddenly smiled. The Space Profound has many wondrous uses. This move is just one of the uses of the Space Profound. Next, I will create the second and third moves, and the Space Profound sword art will also become one of my strongest sword arts. The theory of Bewitching Mirror Shattering was not hard. It was to spread out the space power under the urging of the sword chi. Once the space power locked onto the target, it would suddenly condense and freeze the opponent. Then, under the effect of the sword chi, it would shatter along with the opponent. The theory was not hard, but the execution was not so simple. First, the Space Profound had to be very profound, and then, it had to be closely integrated with the sword art. Otherwise, the opponent would be able to find an opening and escape, and the move would be broken. Another 2 weeks passed, and Yi Qin's mastery of Bewitching Mirror Shattering was getting better and better. It had also reached 70% completion from 60 to 70%. He could feel that as this move was perfected, his recently stagnant Space Profound was steadily improving. With the improvement of the Space Profound, his mastery of Bewitching Mirror Shattering was getting better and better. The two complemented each other, and the improvement of the move was even faster. Rumble. On this day, a mountain peak in the west of the mountain range started to shake, and an extremely powerful demonic ripple spread out in all directions. Murong is coming out of seclusion. Yi Qin looked over. Murong Qingqing had consolidated her cultivation a week ago. In the following week, she had been using the demonic crystals to increase her demonic power. The demonic crystals were worthy of being called demonic crystals. In just a week, her cultivation had doubled. The demonic power fluctuations she emitted were much stronger than when she had just advanced to the half-step demonic king realm. Even the space around her was trembling. Stretching out her right hand, Murong Qingqing gently pushed forward. A powerful demonic energy gushed out, piercing through the mountain wall that was hundreds of meters thick. It was no harder than tofu. In a flash, Murong Qingqing turned into a black rainbow and flew out of the mountain peak. It looks like your cultivation has doubled. Yi Qin walked over and speculated based on the demonic aura emitted by Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing said, Originally, it was impossible to double my cultivation in a week. However, after I advanced to the half-step demonic king realm, the remnant demonic power essence in my body started to dilute and merge with my demonic power. Demonic power essence is no small matter. It is your fortune to have obtained it. Recalling the past, Yichen couldn't help but sigh at the effect of the demonic power essence on Murong Qingqing. Without the demonic power essence, it would have been extremely difficult for Murong Qingqing to advance in this world where demonic qi was scarce. Others might have advanced by 2 realms, but she might not have advanced by 1 realm. It could be said that the demonic power essence made Murong Qingqing who she was today. This demonic power essence still has its mysteries. Murong Qingqing reached out her left hand. Amidst the flickering black light, a black crystal the size of a date seed rose up. Yichen said in surprise, "You can already control the demonic power essence?" "Yes, but it can't leave my body. Otherwise it will scatter." Murong Qingqing faintly nodded and continued, "I can feel that there is something imprinted inside. It seems to be a demon race martial art or something. In the past couple of days, some vague fragments of information have appeared in my head. In the parallel space battlefield, the demonic king has been sealed for countless years, and his demonic power has been severely depleted. Even so, the Thunder King, the Beast King, and the Shining King were almost killed by him. It is easy to see that at his peak, he had the strength of a titled monarch. It is understandable that his demonic power essence is a bit mysterious." Yichen looked at the remaining demonic power essence and found that it was somewhat similar to a demonic power crystal, but not completely. There were many complicated and profound patterns inside. These patterns were not inanimate objects, but were slowly moving and changing form from time to time. "My space profound sword art has reached 70 to 80% completion, and its power has surpassed waning moon. Your cultivation base has also been consolidated and it has doubled. We can leave now." As he spoke, Yichen had the intention to leave. "Let's go." After staying for so many days, it was time to leave. Murong Qingqing did not have any objections. The deep ocean was boundless, as if there was no end to it. After flying above the ocean for 7 days and 7 nights, the 2 crossed millions of li and arrived at a new ocean region. This ocean region was marked on the map as Rich Light Ocean Span. The reason it was called Rich Light Ocean Span was because there were many ruins here. Some of these ruins would often be explored by people, obtaining treasures that ordinary people could only dream of. As time went by, this ocean region got its name. Yichen spent a large amount of spirit stones to buy a map and decided to go there to try his luck. The Sky Scorpio sword in his storage ring was a huge source of Zhenyuan. Yichen really couldn't use it. Thunder Disaster Sword and other semi-extreme grade swords were also starting to fall behind. He needed a pseudo-extreme grade sword, or perhaps an even more powerful semi-extreme grade sword. As for Murong Qingqing, she didn't have a pair of artifact gloves. "I heard that Rich Light Ocean Span is very prosperous, and auctions are often held there. Perhaps we won't need to explore and can obtain what we want." Murong Qingqing smiled. "I hope so." Yichen faintly nodded. Foursquare Island was one of the more famous islands in Rich Light Ocean Span. The island was vast and towering, shaped like a square, hence the name Foursquare Island. There were many forces stationed on Foursquare Island, including human sects, demonic beast and oceanic beast forces, as well as some organizations of deviant species. In short, one could see all kinds of strange life forms here. It wouldn't be strange if one ran into them on the street, since the people here had long since become accustomed to it. With influence, there would naturally be business. The most prosperous business here was undoubtedly the auction house, followed by miscellaneous goods stores, material stores, restaurants, and so on. Due to Rich Light Ocean Span's peculiarity, many experts from the surrounding ocean span would come here from time to time to try their luck. As a result, the experts here were like cabbages. Sea of Soul Realm experts were as numerous as dogs, and half-step kings could be found everywhere. Experts were not very valuable here, but they were also very valuable. Above the ocean near Foursquare Island, numerous figures stood in the sky. Dozens of li away from these figures, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. The flames of battle soared into the sky, and the multicolored chi even eclipsed the blazing sun in the sky. "Bastard, eat my fist." One was a golden-haired youngster, and the other was a red-faced man with a wide mouth and a square face. The 2 fiercely fought, and their chi raised several hundred meters tall waves. Amidst the intense battle, the golden-haired youngster roared and stomped on the waves, punching toward the red-faced man in the sky. This fist didn't contain Zhenyuan, but an incomparably dense demonic power. The demonic power was golden in color and incomparably resplendent. "Little bastard, your grandpa will skin you alive." The red-faced man wasn't someone to be trifled with. Raising the blade in his hand, he rapidly spun down. The snow-white blade light was like a tornado, devouring the golden fist power and then devouring the golden-haired youngster. The fierceness of the blade aura was frightening. There are so many experts here. 10 to 20% of the spectators are half-step kings. Amidst the crowd, two figures, one male and one female, had appeared out of nowhere. They were Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing. Yi Qin glanced around and exclaimed. Murong Qingqing was attracted by the battle and said, "That golden-haired youngster should be a half-step demonic beast king. I wonder what kind of demonic beast he is? Young miss must be a newcomer. You don't even know the young master of the Golden Lion clan, Shi Xiaobao." Beside her, a handsome youngster in luxurious clothes was attracted by Murong Qingqing's clear and melodious voice. He couldn't help but turn his head and see that the speaker was a peerless beauty. His eyes couldn't help but brighten as he said, "Golden Lion clan?" Murong Qingqing had never heard of it. Yi Qin, on the other hand, had heard of it. The Golden Lion clan should be one of the 100 beasts. They have boundless strength, and the demonic power they cultivate is called golden demonic power. Among the 100 beasts they are ranked at the top. In the ancient era, it was said that there were more than 100 kinds of peak aptitude demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were classified as 100 beasts, and the Golden Lion clan was one of them. Some of the ancestors of the half-beast clans were also part of the 100 beasts, such as Nine-Headed Snake, Sky Tiger, Blue-Eyed White Wolf, and Yen Feng Feng. Moreover, they were ranked even higher than the Golden Lion clan. After all, the Blue Luan was a descendant of the Phoenix. "You seem to know quite a bit." The well-dressed youngster sized up Yi Qin. Seeing that Yi Qin was merely at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm, he couldn't help but reveal a disdainful expression, thinking that he was merely Murong Qingqing's follower. How could a follower have the qualifications to butt in? Clearing his throat, he no longer looked at Yi Qin and said to Murong Qingqing, "Shi Xiaobao is a rare genius of the Golden Lion clan. His battle strength is extremely frightening. Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. As for this red-faced man, he is called Hong Aoquan. Because of a quarrel, the two have turned into a big battle. From the looks of it, they won't stop until one of them is dead." Rumble. As the well-dressed youngster spoke, the battle between Shi Xiaobao and Hong Aoquan reached its climax. Roar. A muffled thunderous roar resounded as Shi Xiaobao suddenly transformed into his true form, turning into a 30-meter-tall golden lion. This golden lion had 4 pillar-like limbs, sharp claws, and a golden mane that shone resplendently as if forged from gold. Amidst his roar, a golden light radiated in all directions as he suddenly leaped up, appearing above Hong Aoquan and stomping down. Hong Aoquan's battle strength was more or less the same as Shi Xiaobao's in human form. At this moment, Shi Xiaobao had reverted to his true form, so how could he be his opponent? He was stomped down, his whole body bathed in blood. Shi Xiaobao was a savage by nature. After stomping down on Hong Aoquan, his huge head swooped down and fiercely bit down on Hong Aoquan's body. Puchi. Hong Aoquan's body was torn in two at the waist. Blood spurted out as he died on the spot. Brr. Spitting out the corpse, Shi Xiaobao faced the sky and roared. A domineering aura erupted, intimidating many people. Chapter 781. He is indeed worthy of being a rare genius of the Golden Lion race. Once he regains his true form, his strength will increase by several folds. Hong Aoquan can be considered a powerful half-step king, but he was actually bitten in two. Everyone was already used to the tragic death of a half-step king. In rich light oceanography, experts died every day. They were happy to watch the show. This is already the second half-step king Shi Xiaobao has killed in this month. Diske, this golden lion is indeed brave and fierce. The luxuriously dressed youth said arrogantly with battle intent rising in his heart. Let's go. The battle had already ended and Golden Lion Shi Xiaobao had the last laugh. Yi Qin also gained a new understanding of this peak high-grade demonic beast. N. Murong Qingqing followed behind Yi Qin. What's going on? A lackey actually wants the master to follow him? The luxuriously dressed youth was displeased, but he couldn't say anything. After all, even Murong Qingqing didn't object, so why should he? Miss, this one is Lin Yushuan. Remember me? The luxuriously dressed youth Lin Yushuan sent a Zhen Yuan transmission to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing paused for a moment, but didn't say anything. She followed behind Yi Qin, flying toward the nearby Foursquare Island. The top of Foursquare Island was very flat, and a huge city was situated on it, spanning several dozen li in both length and width. Landing on a long street, Yi Qin casually glanced around and found a map shop. "Boss, give me a map of Foursquare City." Yi Qin arrived in front of the shop counter and knocked on the counter with his finger. "Alright, here's your map. It's worth 10 upper-grade spirit stones." The shop owner took out a folded map from the counter drawer and placed it on the counter. 10 upper-grade spirit stones for a map of a city? Yi Qin's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Walking out of the shop, Murong Qingqing laughed. "The people who come here are all experts with a net worth of millions. They don't care about a mere 10 upper-grade spirit stones. Every place has a price and it varies from person to person. However, compared to other places, it's a bit too ruthless. In an ordinary city in a small country, a city map would only cost a few taels at most. Even those super cities like the Martial City would only cost a few low-grade spirit stones. Compared to this place, the difference was too big. Of course, such a high price was understandable. The people here were all Almighty Sea of Soul Realm experts and half-step kings. If one were to ask for a few low-grade spirit stones, some of them would not be able to take it out. After all, everyone had only upper-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones were rare. The map of Foursquare City was very detailed. What was on each street was clearly marked. "Let's go to the material store first. Maybe I can find what I need." Breaking through to Half-Step King Realm was not without shortcuts. According to Battle King's memories, there was a kind of half-step extreme-grade spirit plant called heart-protecting flower that could protect the heart. If it could be refined into a heart-protecting pellet, the effect would be doubled. With the heart-protecting flower, Yi Qin would be able to increase the speed of his blood flow several times when breaking through to Half-Step King Realm. As long as the speed did not reach a certain level, he would not have to worry about his heart not being able to bear it. The material shop was on the 3rd street next door. This street was filled with material shops and grocery stores. Most of the things inside were not of much value, but it was possible to find priceless treasures. It depended on whether one had luck and good eyesight. Arriving at the first material store on the street, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing walked in. "To guests, feel free to look around. Our store's goods are guaranteed to be cheaper than other stores." The store owner greeted them warmly. Yi Qin faintly nodded. In this material store, most of the materials were of the middle grade. There were very few high-grade materials. As for the semi-supreme grade materials, they were all locked in the counters and could only be seen through the crystal. In some corners, there were some materials of unknown grade and function. Because they had been piled up there for many years, some dust had already fallen on them, making them look even more ancient. This place actually has soul stones. But there aren't many of them. On the wooden shelf on the east side, Yi Qin saw a few silver-black soul stones. He extended his soul power, but it was immediately blocked by the faint silver light outside the soul stones. Although it could not block all of them, it could still somewhat limit the soul power. Moreover, there were only a few of them. Only when there were enough of them could one's soul power be blocked. Without a doubt, these soul stones were genuine. A fist-sized soul stone would be worth about 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones on the market. These soul stones are all half the size of a fist. So, 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones would not be too much of a scam. Yi Qin sized them up, then turned around to look for something else. "Boss, do you have any more soul stones?" Right at this moment, a man walked over, picked up a soul stone from the wooden shelf and asked the boss. Seeing that business had come, the boss smiled and said, Yes, there are some in the inventory. But they are for my own use. Look at the price." The boss rubbed his hands. "Don't worry, I will take as many as you have. In addition, I will add 5% to the price." This man was wearing a white robe and had a graceful bearing. It was obvious that he was a high-level figure in a sect. Collecting soul stones was probably a sect's mission. A powerful sect must have a protective formation that could block soul power. Therefore, soul stones were quite necessary. Therefore, soul stones were generally useless for individuals. But they were very useful for a sect. "Alright, follow me. Xiaofang, help me look after the store." The boss smiled and led the white-robed man into one of the rooms in the store. "Let's go and have a look at the other stores." After walking around the store, Yi Qin did not see anything good. He left the store with Murong Qingqing and returned to the street. Next, Yi Qin visited 7 or 8 stores in a row. Finally he found 3 heart-nourishing grass, 2 spirit-melting grass, and 1 ice spirit flower. Heart-nourishing grass was a top-rank spirit plant. It had the same effect as the heart-protecting flower. However, the difference between the two was that the heart-protecting flower emphasized the word protect. For a certain period of time, the heart-nourishing grass had an extremely powerful protective effect. On the other hand, the heart-nourishing grass was used to nourish the heart and strengthen it. After a long time, the heart would naturally be able to withstand more pressure. The 3 heart-nourishing grass could increase Yi Chen's chances of breaking through to half-step king realm to a certain extent. But whether he would succeed or not, Yi Chen did not know for now. As for the top-rank spirit plant, spirit-melting grass, it was an extremely special spirit plant. This kind of spirit plant could allow Jin Yuan and blood to fuse for a longer period of time. When this period of time was considerable, Yi Chen would be able to fuse his Zhen Yuan with his blood and successfully enter half-step king realm without the heart-protecting flower and heart-nourishing grass. Unfortunately, 2 plants were still too little. As for the last one, the ice spirit flower was used as a precaution. When the pressure on the heart was too great and could not be reduced in a short period of time, the ice spirit flower could be swallowed to freeze the blood flow and reduce the pressure on the heart, preventing the blood from necrosis. Using these 3 spirit plants together would undoubtedly increase the success rate. But, in truth, the effect was still not as good as the heart-protecting flower. After all, although the effect of the heart-protecting flower was very short, only lasting for a week or so, it still had a very powerful protective effect on the heart during this period of time. The 3 heart-nourishing grass cost each an 800,000 top-rank spirit stones. The spirit-melting grass cost 200,000, so 2 would be 400,000. The ice spirit flower was a bit cheaper, costing 80,000 each. The total cost was 1,280,000 top-rank spirit stones, which was several times more expensive than other spirit plants of the same rank. The reason why it was so expensive was because everyone knew that it was a supplementary item for breaking through to half-step king realm. Once one broke through to half-step king realm, why would they care about 1 million top-rank spirit stones? Let's wait and see. The heart-nourishing grass has a nurturing process, so it won't help me break through to half-step king realm in a short period of time. Once I find the heart-protecting flower, I will be able to do so soon. Yi Chen sighed. According to the map, he and Murong Qingqing went to another street and entered one material store after another. The sun was setting in the west and a day passed by quickly. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing had visited almost all of the material stores in Foursquare City, but couldn't find a single heart-protecting flower. However, they heard from a material store owner that a trace of a heart-protecting flower appeared in an auction half a year ago, and was sold for a high price of 5 million top-rank spirit stones. No matter where it was, the heart-protecting flower was a rare treasure. It was even rarer than some of the top-rank materials, and had a price but no market. After all, there were a lot of peak-level late Sea of Soul realm experts in 5th rank and even 4th rank sections. Once there was a heart-protecting flower, they would go crazy over it. It was impossible for it to be found in the outside world. Therefore, there were a lot of people who had heard of the heart-protecting flower, but very few who had actually seen it. After walking around with Yi Chen, Murong Qingqing also had some small gains. What she bought were all spirit plants with demonic nature. Their value was not high, and there were even some suspicions that it was a buy one get one free deal. In the Elysium, there were very few people who cultivated demonic arts, and not many people who cultivated demonic arts. After buying dozens of materials, they only spent 100,000 top-rank spirit stones, which was a free deal. After finding a restaurant with a courtyard, the two checked in. Night fell and the cold wind whistled. Yi Chen was meditating in a special secret room in the restaurant. On the walls of the secret room, there were a few lamps, which were very bright and not dazzling. After a while, Yi Chen opened his eyes and took out 3 stalks of heart-nourishing grass from his storage ring. These 3 stalks of heart-nourishing grass had different maturity levels. The most mature one was 5,200 years old, while the least mature one was only 3,300 years old. Picking out the least mature one, Yi Chen opened his mouth and inhaled. The medicinal power inside the heart-nourishing grass turned into a sparkling blood light and was sent into Yi Chen's mouth. Gulp. Once the sparkling blood light entered his body, it immediately stuck to the surface of his beating heart. Under his inner vision, Yi Chen could see that his heart was covered with a layer of blood clothes. This blood clothes kept on wriggling, and some of the blood strands seeped into his heart, nourishing it. After about half a cup of tea's time, Yi Chen felt a chill in his heart, which was then followed by a wave of heat. The cold and heat kept on coming, and it was hard to tell whether it was the cold or the heat. In the end, Yi Qin decided to just ignore it and let the heart-nourishing grass nourish his heart. Time passed by day after day. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing had stayed for 3 days. In these 3 days, the 3,300 years old heart-nourishing grass had already absorbed half of its medicinal power into Yi Qin's heart. Yi Qin could clearly feel that his heart had become a lot stronger. Although its beating frequency did not change, it was more powerful than before. On this day, Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing came to a tea house in the central square of Four Square City. This tea house was very unusual. The people who came to drink tea were all experts who wanted to form a team. As for why they wanted to form a team, it was naturally to explore the ruins. There were too many dangers in the ruins. If they went alone, they would most likely die in there. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 shining black gems, more black than white. What's going on? Can a peak late Sea of Soul Realm warrior join our team? Don't you think he'll drag us down? The middle-aged woman with a mean expression muttered. Hee kid, you've come to the wrong door. One of the twin brothers grinned. The 2 youths had different expressions. One had a sneer on his face while the other was expressionless. His eyelids were drooping as if he didn't care about anything. Meanwhile, the yellow-faced man with a lustful gaze was releasing his soul power without the slightest scruple, sweeping across Yi Qin as if he wanted to humiliate him. On the other hand, the tanned man and the yellow-robed woman didn't make a sound, calmly observing the situation. Yi Qin lightly snorted and counterattacked with his soul power. The yellow-faced middle-aged man felt his soul tremble, and his body went out of control. What shocked him was that Yi Qin's soul power seemed to carry a cutting intent, as if it was cutting into his soul. The feeling of being like a fish on a chopping board was not pleasant. Seeing that it was the yellow-faced man who was at a disadvantage, the others' gazes toward Yi Qin couldn't help but change. This yellow-faced man was a half-step king after all, and his soul power wouldn't be weak. Moreover, he had formed a soul membrane. Not many here could make him suffer a loss using soul power. Thus, they all inwardly looked at Yi Qin a bit more highly, and their attitudes were somewhat restrained at least on the surface. You two please sit. The tanned man retracted his strange expression and indifferently said as he gestured with his palm. Murong Qingqing nodded and reservedly sat down. Yi Qin's gaze swept past Lin Yuxuan, who was beside the tanned man, and calmly sat down without the slightest bit of restraint. You two, I've already discussed with everyone here to explore some ruins and they have all agreed. The reason I've invited you two is because you two look different from the others, and your strength is certainly not weak. As the saying goes, one more person is one more portion of strength. The tanned man hadn't paid much attention to Yi Qin at the beginning, and only wanted to invite Murong Qingqing. But now he naturally couldn't say that. Moreover, Yi Qin didn't look as weak as he looked. The yellow-faced man, as a half-step king, had actually suffered quite a bit of loss in soul power. This spoke volumes. Yi Qin said, "Continue?" The tanned man and everyone present were somewhat astonished. Between the two, Yi Qin seemed to be the leader. Could it be that this Yi Qin really had some ability, or was it only in name? Clearing his throat, the tanned man said in a deep voice, "If you two agree, I'll continue. If you two don't agree, then please leave. For the time being, not many people know about the ruins I've discovered. This information can't be leaked." Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing exchanged a glance. Then Yi Qin said in a deep voice, "We agree." "All right then." The bronze-skinned middle-aged man smiled and said, "This relic is very large. The place I found is only a part of it. But even this part is not small. This relic is the relic of the True Water Palace." True Water Palace ruins? Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing were at a loss. They'd never heard of it before. Lin Yuxuan interjected, "True Water Palace was once the strongest fourth-grade sect in this ocean region. Its strength is not something any fourth-grade sect can compare to. In its most flourishing era, it had 13 life and death kings, and its master was one of the strongest titled monarchs at that time, True Water Emperor." 13 kings. True Water Emperor. Yi Qin was inwardly startled. This True Water Palace was indeed frightening at its peak. Nowadays, which sect could have 13 life and death kings? Not to mention a titled monarch, True Water Emperor. In ancient times, titled monarchs were genuine monarchs who could leave their marks on the emperor's scar steel. However, even the most flourishing sects would fall one day. The current True Water Palace was merely a pile of ruins, lying silently at the bottom of the ocean for countless years. There's something I'd like to tell everyone. This ruin is shrouded by a restriction, and for some reason many frightening life forms have appeared inside. I've invited everyone to enter so that we can take care of each other and smoothly take away the treasures inside. The bronze-skinned burly man explained. Alright, when do we leave? These kinds of ruins would usually have great weapons. So Yichen did not hesitate and agreed right away. In order to avoid any accidents, and I'm also afraid that someone might leak the news, we'll leave the moment we leave the secret pavilion. Does anyone have any objections? The tan man's gaze swept the surroundings and asked. What objections can we have? It doesn't matter when we leave. The twin brothers grinned. Me neither. The cold-faced youngster nodded. The others naturally didn't have any objections. Wasn't the reason they came to Rich Light Ocean Span to try their luck and obtain some treasures? Alright, there's no rush for now. Everyone rest for a while. After drinking some tea we'll leave together. The tan man didn't intend to invite anyone anymore. He nodded in satisfaction and lightly shook the bell in the secret pavilion, ordering people to bring tea and pastries. After drinking tea and eating some pastries, the tan man stood up and said, "Let's go." Come, let's go in. Jin Wanshuang led the group and entered through the hole. The moment everyone entered, the hole had already been repaired. The light was withdrawn, and there was nothing strange about it from the outside. The ruin was very dilapidated. The buildings were all over the place and there were some places where the ground had caved in. Black chi was surging inside and it was immeasurably deep. A single glance would make one dizzy. No one knew what had happened here. Yichen used his soul power to sense it and vaguely felt a trace of evil aura. The moment his soul power touched this aura, an illusion and a bad omen immediately appeared in his mind. It was a bit like a curse. This place is indeed an ominous place. Yichen transmitted his Zhen Yuan to Murong Qingqing, telling her to be on guard at all times. I also felt it. Just now, when I used my demonic eyes to observe, I seemed to have seen a blurry shadow flash through the buildings. Murong Qingqing replied. Since we're already here, we'll just deal with it. Yichen was not the kind of person who was overly worried. Following the passageway, the group walked here and there, and soon reached the depths of the building complex, arriving in front of a winding corridor. The carvings on the pillars on both sides of the corridor were very strange. They were all bronze-armored warriors. No one knew if it was for the sake of realism or something, but the weapons of the bronze-armored warriors were forcibly inserted into the pillars. Holding the weapons in their hands, the postures were all different. I've never been here before. Jin Wanshuang only said one sentence before walking in front. They're just decorations. The twin brothers were the most unscrupulous, touching here and there. They even wanted to pull out the weapons of the bronze-armored warriors, not knowing the meaning of caution. The corridor was rather long and unknowingly the group arrived at the center. Crack. A faint sound was heard. What's that sound? The middle-aged woman stopped. Watch out. The group behind her raised their heads and saw that the bronze-armored warrior on the pillar to the right of the middle-aged woman had opened its eyes, shooting out a red light. Rumble. The bronze-armored warrior jumped down and slashed at the middle-aged woman's head with its saber. This scene happened too quickly. The bronze-armored warrior seemed to have broken through the limits of space and appeared above the middle-aged woman. Yichen could clearly see that the bronze-armored warrior and the pillar were not embedded, but connected by an array. Therefore, after the bronze-armored warrior jumped down, the pillar still had its carvings, but they were not as realistic as before. The middle-aged woman was not a small character. She was very, very powerful. Apart from Thunder Spirit King and Blackwater Alliance's Wang Tai, Yichen had never seen anyone stronger than her. Of course, that was in the past. After arriving at Foursquare Island, Yichen had already discarded his previous understanding. There were too many half-step kings on the island, and there were also many half-step kings with unfathomable depths. Among the 11 present, which one of them was simple. If they were to fall out, Yichen wouldn't dare to look down on any one of them. Under life and death realm, he was far from being invincible. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged woman's body faintly swayed, leaving behind a lifelike afterimage. The bronze-armored warrior slashed down, cleaving the afterimage into two and dispersing it. You dare to have designs on this old lady? The middle-aged woman's temperament was unkind. She coiled her finger and a black thread coiled around the bronze-armored warrior's neck. With a forceful pull, a head was torn off. "Let's go." Jin Wanshuang was very experienced. With a single glance, he could tell that the bronze-armored warrior's strength was equivalent to an ordinary half-step king. The middle-aged woman didn't die because of her superior strength. However, the number of bronze-armored warriors in the corridor was not just a few dozen, but several hundred. 11 against several hundred bronze-armored warriors was not an easy task. Ka. Just as Jin Wanshuang's voice faded, the bronze-armored warriors on the corridor revived one after another, crowding the corridor so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Clang. Yi Chen waved his sword and sent a bronze-armored warrior flying. The opponent's bronze armor was extremely sturdy, and only a sword mark was left on it. It seemed that only the exposed parts of the armor were the weak points, such as the neck, eyes, and face. "Let's go." Fuck. So many. The group didn't have the time to face the bronze-armored warriors head-on. They crazily ran, blowing away the bronze-armored warriors, blocking their way one after another, opening up a path for only one person. At this moment, everyone's style was revealed. Jin Wanshuang's attacks were simple and unadorned. They were not magnificent, but they were extremely effective. They were just right, not wasting the slightest bit of strength. The experienced old man was not inferior to Jin Wanshuang. His withered palms seemed slow but were actually fast. The bronze-armored warriors on both sides were squeezed together, unable to exert their strength. Although the yellow-faced man had suffered a loss at the hands of Yi Chen, he wasn't weak either. Holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, his footsteps were steady as he borrowed strength to counterattack. The cold-faced youngster was a sword artist just like Yi Chen. His sword speed was extremely fast, and the bronze-armored warriors pouncing at him were all blown away by his sword chi, unable to climb back up for a long time. On the other hand, Lin Yuxuan seemed to be somewhat inexperienced. His moves were wide and powerful, and the bronze-armored warriors that were hit by him fell off one after another. Although it seemed like he was unstoppable, doing so in this kind of dangerous place was a bit too much of a waste of Zhenyuan. The yellow-robed lady was indeed one of the people that Yi Chen couldn't see through. From the beginning to the end, she hadn't made a single move, and those bronze-armored warriors couldn't even touch her clothes. Both sides were covered in layers of mist, making it hard to advance or retreat. If they went forward, they wouldn't know where the end was, and if they retreated, the distance was not short either. Moreover, they had come here for treasures, so there was no reason to retreat. However, compared to their lives, retreating did not seem shameful. Forward. Jin Wanshuang's face was firm as he led the way. Follow him. At this moment, there was only unity. However, when they saw countless light dots coming through the mist, everyone stopped and looked at each other in dismay. They're coming. There are some on the left and right as well. Are they forcing us to retreat? Whoosh. As everyone discussed, the twin brothers shot out an axe light and two blade lights. The axe light and blade light were as fast as lightning, slashing into the depths of the mist. Ping 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 ping, continuous explosions resounded, and the dazzling flame light illuminated the entire fire forest. The mist on the path was also swept away by the shockwave, leaving no obstacles behind. Everyone looked forward and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They could not see the end of the line. What they saw was an overwhelming number of self-detonating fireworms. Among them, there were some fist-sized self-detonating fireworms with blue light flashing on their tails. On the other hand, although there were a lot of them, they were sparse, not even 1% of the ones at the front. The ones on the left and right sides were a bit more than the ones at the back. Jin Wanshuang turned his head and said, "This is the only way. Either we go forward or we go back. If we go back, then this ruin will have nothing to do with him, unless we can find a way to deal with these bugs. Since we came here together, we will naturally advance and retreat together. Now let's vote. Those who support moving forward take one step forward, and those who support moving back take one step back." The bugs were getting closer and closer, flying up and down. They didn't have much time left. Forward. The cold-looking youngster was the first to vote as he took a step forward. I also agreed to move forward. The yellow-robed lady was the second. Agreed. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing moved forward at the same time. In the end, only the elder and the middle-aged lady didn't vote. Lin Yuxuan hesitated a bit but still took a step forward. 9 against 2. Whether we vote or not, it is meaningless. The elder took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, let's go forward. The middle-aged lady's face was bitter. She couldn't go back alone. The treasure was too tempting and she would definitely regret it when she went back. At this moment, the elder said again, the bugs will be attracted by blood qi. Only by approaching them will they come over. We have to be fast and don't try to kill them. On the other hand, if the blood qi is reserved, it won't come near. The yellow-robed lady suddenly said. The elder said bitterly, how could it be that easy? Reserved blood qi is useless against the bugs. As long as you are still alive, they will be able to sense your blood qi. The yellow-robed lady smiled without replying. Could she be able to do that? Yi Chen sensed a non-committal expression flash past the yellow-robed lady's face, which made him suspicious. Alright, since everyone has agreed, then from now on, don't think about anything else. Take out all the things that can be used for defense. Don't be afraid of wasting them. Jin Wanshuang activated his defensive armor. He didn't carry any weapons in his hands but 2 shields, one big and one small. The big one was as tall as a human while the small one was only 1 meter. The others also had a lot of stock. Just like Jin Wanshuang, they all held shields and activated their defensive armors. They were all armed to the teeth, looking like warriors who were about to enter the battlefield. Charge. The group of 11 people flew forward at their fastest speed. Due to the invisible power in the ruins, their speed was only 1% of their speed on land. The self-exploding flaming bugs were a kind of fierce bug that was extremely sensitive to blood qi. Everyone revolved their Zhen Yuan, causing their blood qi to become even more exuberant. Without a doubt, the self-exploding flaming bugs were even more attractive to them. One by one they flew over and then developed into groups. As far as the eye could see, the sky was filled with light spots. Boom 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 boom. Flames shrouded everyone along with a series of metal exploding sounds. It was the sound of the bugs hitting the metal shields. Go. The upper rank shield in his hand was destroyed. Yi Chen shook his Zhen Yuan, and the shield flew out along with a wave of fireflies. He then took out another shield, and the one that he had thrown away disappeared into the distance with a ball of flame. The speed at which the shields were being destroyed was too fast. Upper-grade shields would not be able to last for a long time, and only the semi-extreme grade shields could slightly withstand this kind of explosion. Unfortunately, shields were one of the rarer artifacts and everyone only had 1 or 2 semi-extreme grade shields on them. At most, they would take out 1, since no one would use all of their semi-extreme grade shields on the exploding firebugs. Therefore, the upper-grade shields had become the fastest consumable. After dozens of breaths, everyone had already used up dozens of shields, which was a horrifying sight to behold. All of a sudden, a 10 times louder sound exploded, and the group's formation was torn apart. Yi Chen looked over. Unknowingly, those fist-sized fireflies with their tails flickering with blue light had also joined the attack. Their self-detonation power was 10 times that of ordinary fireflies. In fact, she did not let the middle-aged woman in at the beginning not because of her personal benefits, but because of her personal principles. If you want to come in, then come in. What do you think I am? At this moment she could not take a single step back. She had to maintain her position or else others would take it for granted. Although it would not cause any irreconcilable conflict, it was still a problem. The reason Yi Chen did not stop her before was because he knew why Murong Qingqing wanted to do this. Only after everyone expressed their opinions did he let Murong Qingqing open the dark force field. The length of the small path was beyond everyone's imagination. After flying for a cup of tea's worth of time, they still could not see the end. At this moment, everyone's displeasure was completely gone. Compared to the extra 10% of the treasures, they did not lose out at all. On the contrary, they had profited. This kind of length was something that no one among them could pass safely. They would have to pay some price, perhaps even their lives. Moreover, they still could not see the end. Who knew how long it would be? Jin Wanshuang also had the same thought. He smiled at Murong Qingqing and said, "Many thanks." Murong Qingqing nodded and did not say anything else. Another cup of tea's worth of time passed, and everyone finally saw the end. They all let out a breath, getting rid of their previous gloominess. Plop. At the end of the small path, everyone landed. Looking back, he saw that the fireflies were like headless flies flying around aimlessly. It was as if they could not sense the presence of blood chi. After a while, all of the fireflies dispersed and flew into the blazing forest, disappearing without a trace. Finally made it. Jin Wunshuang laughed. Your force field is rather special. It should be driven by profound, right? The yellow-robed woman looked at Murong Qingqing with interest. Same here. Murong Qingqing said a thought-provoking sentence. The yellow-robed woman was dazed at first, then slightly surprised. She did not say anything and retreated to the side. This woman is really hard to understand, Yichen said. Both of them had already noticed that when they were attacked by the self-exploding flaming worms, all 10 of them were flustered. Only the yellow-clothed woman had very few self-exploding flaming worms around her. Thinking back to what the yellow-clothed woman had said before, that as long as she restrained her blood chi, she would not be attacked, it was not difficult to guess what was going on. Of course, the two did not believe that the others were fools. They must have noticed the peculiarity of the yellow-robed woman, but just did not say it out loud. The extremely dangerous small path landed behind them. In front of everyone's eyes was a golden palace. The palace's door was tightly shut, looking majestic. Open. Jin Wunshuang saw that the palace's door was not covered by any restrictions, so he slapped his palm toward the metal door. Rumble. The doors of the palace that had been closed for countless years finally opened. It was as if a door to the past had been opened to the crowd. Everyone held their breath and stared unblinkingly at the gradually opening palace, afraid to miss the most exciting moment. The palace's door finally opened completely. All of a sudden, a spirit chi light pillar shot out from the door. No one had expected such a change. None of them could dodge in time and were hit by the light pillar. However, no one was injured. Instead, they felt refreshed. This spirit chi light pillar did not have any offensive power. Once it hit them, they absorbed a lot of it. This is the spirit chi emitted by spirit stones. The middle-aged woman exclaimed. How many spirit stones are needed to gather such a dense spirit chi light pillar? That rush just now seemed to have recovered some of the zhenyuan I had consumed. The two brothers opened their mouths wide. Let's go in first. Jin Wunshuang took a deep breath and walked into the palace. The group followed behind him. The palace wasn't very big and it was decorated with gold and jade. Bright crystal lamps hung from the ceiling, and the floor was paved with priceless white jade bricks. In the center of the palace there was a huge formation. The formation was circular and there were countless patterns carved in the center. It was incomparably beautiful. What attracted everyone's attention wasn't the formation, but the spirit stones that were pushed into the formation. A small mountain of spirit stones. All of them were high-grade spirit stones. Next to the small mountain of spirit stones were 7 or 8 small chests, their lids already open. Inside were all sorts of power gems of various attributes. Red, blue, green, black, yellow, pink, purple, and everything else. So many upper-grade spirit stones. How many are there? And 7 to 8 chests of energy gems. Everyone's mouths were wide open, unable to say anything. The elder was the first to recover. He cleared his throat and said, there are at least 500 million upper-grade spirit stones and 7 chests of energy gems. Not a wasted trip. Not a wasted trip. The yellow-faced man's face was full of joy. Although they had come for treasures and did not care much about upper-grade spirit stones, when they reached a certain level, no one would not be tempted. They were no exception. One must know that with their net worth, having 10 to 20 million upper spirit stones was already the limit, and this was under the premise that they did not consume much. If they bought some priceless items and participated in a few auctions, their net worth would be reduced by at least a few times. 500 million upper-grade spirit stones would be at least 40 to 50 million per person. Adding the energy gems, it would be at least 50 to 60 million. The apathetic youngster who had been silent all this while coldly looked at Shi Xiaobao's group and spat out these words. Faintly nodding, Jin Wunshuang looked at the others. Those who obstruct us brothers from getting rich are all people who deserve to die. Killing those who deserve to die is our greatest pleasure. The twin brothers had a fiery temperament. Forcing them to retreat was worse than killing them. The younger twin brother could no longer hold back and was about to attack. His eyes were filled with savagery, and there was no trace of his previous naive appearance. When Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were invited to the secret pavilion, Yi Chen had already seen this kind of expression. He naturally knew that these two could not be judged by their appearance. That chick is not bad. The yellow-faced man had suffered at Yi Chen's hands. On the way, he did not look at Murong Qingqing with his lustful eyes, only sneaking a few glances. But now his true nature was exposed. His naked eyes constantly scanned the young woman on Shi Xiaobao's right, as if he could see something he should not see through her clothes. I'm old and I don't have many years left. The only ancient old man sighed and said something unimportant. However, when they heard it, it sounded a bit sinister. Leave that old woman to me. The middle-aged woman did not like the middle-aged woman in front of her. She was too ugly. Now, only the yellow-robed woman Lin Yuxuan, and Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing remained. However, Jin Wanshuang retracted his gaze, not intending to ask anything. He couldn't see through the yellow-robed woman, but if she was a kind person, then he would have wasted his eyes. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing. Just from their baleful auras, one could tell that they had killed many people. Especially Yi Chen, whose baleful aura was heavier than anyone else's. Jin Wanshuang admitted that he had underestimated Yi Chen. Perhaps this person was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Lin Yuxuan was young and frivolous. This kind of person was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. The twin brothers roared savagely. Their footsteps shook the air as their killing intent and savagery filled the air. They were itching to immediately kill their way over. A bunch of ants dares to clamor in front of me? I'll tear you apart alive. Shi Xiaobao's expression was cold and sinister. Shi Xiaobao, I've seen your strength long ago, but I have yet to exchange blows with you. Today you and I will have a decisive battle. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Lin Yuxuan stepped forward, boasting shamelessly. A youth behind Shi Xiaobao walked out. He looked even younger than Lin Yuxuan, around 20 years of age. His face was as white as powder and he was waving a fan. Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, you'll know soon enough. Shi Xiaobao, do you dare to fight me? If not, then leave this place immediately. Lin Yuxuan took out his weapon, which was a halberd. Right now the two sides were evenly matched and both were experts. Whoever backed down first would not only lose face, but also their pride. Experts paid great attention to their pride. Only when facing an undefeatable opponent would they put it away. However, they naturally wouldn't think that their opponent was an undefeatable opponent. How could they back down not even half a step? A great battle was about to begin. You're not qualified to fight me. Zhao Shirwen, you go fight him. Shi Xiaobao said to the pale-faced youth waving his fan. That's for the best. The pale-faced youth walked out, standing in the center of the battlefield. He slightly raised his head, arrogantly looking at Lin Yuxuan. Then let's fight. Lin Yuxuan's face was ashen. The radiance in his eyes seemed to have materialized and shot out, as if wanting to pierce through his opponent. Courting death. The pale-faced youth suddenly counterattacked. Let's exchange blows. This wasn't a challenge but a battle for wealth. How could he just sit and watch the winner be decided? Coincidentally, the middle-aged woman on Yi Chen's side and Shi Xiaobao's side walked out at the same time, slowly approaching each other. When they were about 100 meters away, their bodies instantly turned illusory, as if trying to confuse their opponent. However, when both of them did this, their killing intent became even more awe-inspiring. Shi Xiaobao's golden hair fluttered as he soared into the sky. Golden demonic energy burst out from his body and swept through the entire palace, causing many people's blood and qi to boil, inwardly aghast. This was a young super expert, as well as the most arrogant young master of the Golden Lion clan. He wouldn't allow others to defy him, and now he was about to take action. Leave it to me. As the captain of Yi Chen's side, Jin Wanshuang stepped out without hesitation. With each step, the metallic luster on the surface of his body increased by a bit. After 10 steps, his entire body seemed to have turned into a metallic man, emitting a dazzling luster. You guys go and kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Shi Xiaobao's voice rumbled as he charged at Jin Wanshuang. Boom. The battlefield boiled. Shi Xiaobao's words were akin to igniting a barrel of gunpowder. Everyone's expression turned sinister, revealing their killing intent. Chapter 787. Kill? The indifferent young man found the middle-aged scholar who was holding a longsword. Both of them were rare experts. Once they started fighting, only sword lights and sword shadows could be seen. It was impossible to see the two of them. Even the surrounding people avoided them. Swordsman was a synonym for attack power. Both of them had similar strength. When they met a swordsman, their momentum would be weaker. When two swordsmen fought with their lives on the line, it was definitely a terrifying scene. I'm old, just a bag of old bones. The weathered old man's figure flashed and floated over to the strange old man in the raincoat. When the old man in the raincoat saw an old man like him, he curled his lips and said strangely, "I hate dealing with old men the most. They are old and smelly. Change one, change one." "I'm afraid it won't be as you wish." The weathered old man laughed. A black cane appeared in his hand and he attacked. Damn it. The old man's body slid to the side, avoiding this attack. While he was slipping, it actually started to drizzle. The raindrops fell on his raincoat and slid down. The old man gave people the feeling of a ghost in the rain, light and evil. This old man is quite hard to deal with. The weathered old man frowned and started to fight with his opponent. The middle-aged man wanted to find the young girl, but halfway he was stopped by the bald fatty. He was so angry that his face turned purple. He held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, fiercely attacking the bald fatty. It seemed like there was an irreconcilable grudge between them. As for the twin brothers, they were a bit unkind. The two of them did not separate from each other. 2 against 1, they faced off against a guy wearing a mask. The elder brother's giant axe was like a falling mountain, while the younger brother's twin blades were like fire and water. The two of them cooperated seamlessly, forcing the masked guy into a difficult situation. He was mumbling something. Among the remaining 3, the yellow-clothed girl randomly found an opponent and started to fight. It seemed like she didn't have much ability. Murong Qingqing's opponent was the young girl that the middle-aged man had his eyes on. The two of them also started to fight. In the end, only Yi Chen was left. It seems like only the two of us are left. On the other side, the skinny middle-aged man who looked like a drying pole looked at Yi Chen with an ugly smile. His skinny fingers even dug his ears. Yeah. Yi Chen smiled faintly. In that case, let's not waste time. I'll let you have 3 moves first. How about it? The skinny man flicked his ear wax and smiled. All right then. Yi Chen walked over step by step with a gentle smile on his face. The two seemed to be exchanging pointers, not a life and death battle. Shoo. All of a sudden, Yi Chen took 1 step forward as his thunder disaster sword was taken out of its scabbard, slicing through his opponent's body. It was so fast that the air did not even have the time to vibrate. His opponent could not even feel that Yi Chen had already taken out his sword, only seeing his body shake. After doing all this, an ordinary person would have put away their sword, since the opponent was already dead. However, a sneer appeared on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth as he suddenly turned around and stabbed out. Ding! The cold light clashed and a figure flew backward. On the other hand, the skinny middle-aged man behind Yi Chen was only a clone. It was just that this clone was extremely plump. From the outside, it was impossible to tell at all. Even using soul power to scan it, one could not find anything. Moreover, at this critical moment, who would have the time to carefully plan and kill the opponent first? Who would have thought that the skinny middle-aged man had already prepared for this? It seemed like his real body was already hiding in a corner before the battle even started. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Chen. What kind of person was Yi Chen? His soul power was 5 times that of an ordinary person. Adding on his cautious nature, it had always been him sneak attacking others. Therefore, in Yi Chen's opinion, the skinny middle-aged man's actions were merely a show to him. He would play along with the opponent, since he wouldn't lose anything in the end. Yi Chen's counterattack startled the skinny middle-aged man. The number of people who had died under this method was too many to count. He had already lost count of how many people he had killed, apart from those whose strength was too high to assassinate. Yi Chen was the first person with a peak C of Soul Realm cultivation base to see through this move of his. How could he not be shocked? What? Didn't you say you'd let me have 3 moves? Yi Chen looked at the opponent with a sneer. The skinny middle-aged man retracted his astonishment and smiled. I only said my clone would let you have 3 moves, not my real body. You didn't hear me clearly. Is that so? How about I let you have 3 moves first? You let me have 3 moves first? The skinny middle-aged man was a bit confused. However, thinking of Yi Chen's shrewdness, he still shook his head. No, I'm afraid of being cheated by you. To be honest, I've never seen someone as shrewd as an old fox at your age. You're overpraising me. Let's see what I can do. Yi Chen suddenly attacked. The thunder disaster sword drew a transparent arc in the void. its tip pointing straight at the middle-aged man's forehead. Before the sword arrived, a sharp sword chi had already locked onto the opponent. No matter how many tricks the opponent had, it would be impossible to confuse Yi Qin. I found a tough one. The skinny middle-aged man inwardly cursed his bad luck. Waving his bony palm in the air, a silver-black ghost claw stretched out, covering all the vital points of Yi Chen's body. Ding 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 ding. The two fought fast against fast, and the middle-aged man's strength was not something Yi Chen dared to underestimate. Yi Chen was sure that apart from a small portion of the people present, everyone else's strength was about the same. It would be impossible to win without paying a price. Yi Chen also didn't dare to say that he could easily defeat the middle-aged man, because both sides hadn't used their killing moves yet. They were still at the stage of testing each other's strength. Rumble. 10 battles suddenly erupted in the palace. Jin Wanshuang against Shi Xiaobao, the cold-faced youngster against the middle-aged scholar, Lin Yuxuan against the pale-faced youngster, the middle-aged woman against the middle-aged woman, the weathered old man against the raincoat old man, the twin brothers against the masked man, the yellow-robed woman against the curly-bearded man, Murong Qingqing against the young woman, and Yi Chen against the skinny middle-aged man. The 10 battles were all spread out, each occupying an area. The entire palace had turned into a battlefield. Only the upper-rank spirit stones in the center of the palace, which was enveloped by a spirit array, did not erupt. Fortunately, there was a spirit array there. Otherwise, the superimposed chi strength would inevitably destroy all 500 million upper-rank spirit stones, leaving nothing behind. Apart from this, the palace itself was also protected by a restriction. Therefore, no matter how big the commotion was, it couldn't shake the palace. Whenever someone's attack landed on the palace walls, it would be absorbed by a layer of light without any sound or influence. The battles were too bitter and everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. This was different from the previous battles. Among the 10 battles, which one of them wasn't concealing their strength? Each of them was a rare powerhouse under life and death realm with countless killing moves and trump cards? Of course, the most magnificent battle was naturally between Jin Wanshuang and Shi Xiaobao. Both of them were at the top of their respective squads. At this moment, they were no longer holding back, displaying everything they had learned and attacking each other with all their might. Lion King Claw. Shi Xiaobao furiously roared. His right hand turned into a huge lion claw and fiercely struck at Jin Wanshuang. The energy carried by the claw pierced through metal and stone, causing space to distort. Clang. Jin Wanshuang didn't hold back. He extended his palm and clenched it into a fist. This fist was shining with a silvery radiance, as if it was forged from silver. However, no one would think of it as silver because this fist was countless times harder than silver. Even diamond would not be able to compare to it. Amidst a loud sound, Jin Wanshuang's fist shattered the Lion King claw and kicked at Shi Xiaobao's head. Courting death. Shi Xiaobao stretched out his left hand and grabbed Jin Wanshuang's ankle. Exerting strength in his arm, he lifted Jin Wanshuang and spun him several times in the air. An ordinary person would have long since become dizzy and lose all their battle strength, let alone the ability to counterattack. However, Jin Wanshuang was not an ordinary person. As if he couldn't feel the spinning, his fists repeatedly struck Shi Xiaobao's protective Zhenyuan, causing his blood and qi to boil. Scram! Shi Xiaobao furiously roared and threw Jin Wanshuang. With a slap, Jin Wanshuang's feet stomped on the palace wall and borrowed the rebound force to attack Shi Xiaobao again. His strength and reaction speed were truly frightening. Shi Xiaobao couldn't endure this kind of attack and finally reverted to his true form. The air suddenly distorted, and a 12-meter-long golden lion appeared in front of everyone. This golden lion had 4 pillar-like limbs and sharp claws. Its golden mane was draped behind its head, shining with a golden radiance as if it was forged from gold. Compared to the silver on Jin Wanshuang's body, the two colors were distinct. One gold, one silver. Shi Xiaobao roared again and suddenly leaped up, attacking Jin Wanshuang. His huge body allowed him to take countless steps forward with a single step. With a flicker, he appeared above Jin Wanshuang's head and ruthlessly stomped down with the pressure of Mount Tai. Dream on. Jin Wanshuang crossed his arms above his head, blocking the claws. Creak. The two were in a deadlock. After reverting to his true form, Shi Xiaobao became more and more violent. How could he tolerate such a situation? With a slight movement of his right claw, his huge head reached down and bit at Jin Wanshuang's head. If he was bitten, it wouldn't be as simple as a light injury, he would definitely be split in two. However, Jin Wanshuang didn't only have this much ability. His eyes turned silver and his hair stood up like a silver hedgehog. Resisting the pressure, he clenched his left fist and punched at one of Shi Xiaobao's huge teeth, producing an intense sound of metal colliding. Shi Xiaobao was forced back a step and cracks appeared on his teeth. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. This was the first time he had suffered a loss. Apart from Shi Xiaobao and Jin Wanshuang's side, the others were also in a miserable state. Although they weren't as majestic as this place, they were exceptionally murderous. The cold-faced youngster and the middle-aged scholar had already exchanged hundreds of moves. In these hundreds of moves, both sides had suffered a small loss. After all, in a fight between sword artists, the moment they saw a flaw they would strike it. Using speed to fight speed, the slightest flaw would be fatal. The cold-faced youngster's shoulder was struck by a sword, and there was a bloody mark on his chest. On the other hand, the middle-aged scholar's hair was disheveled, and his abdomen and leg were both struck by a sword. The two were evenly matched and it seemed like they didn't know each other well. It was still too early to decide the victor. However, in a fight between the same level, the victor could only be decided in the later stages. Only then would the small advantages and disadvantages be magnified to the point that they couldn't be ignored. However, as time passed, some people began to fall into a disadvantageous position. The first to fall into a disadvantageous position was the yellow-faced man. His opponent was a bald fatty with a tattoo on his head. This fatty was extremely hard to deal with. Just like the fat on his body, the zhenyuan he had cultivated was extremely slippery. When the spear stabbed forward, it was soft but not strong. The yellow-faced man became more and more powerless, and many bloody marks appeared on his body. He was suppressed to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. He dying by my hands? It's not bad to say it out loud. The bald fatty seemed to be handling the situation with ease. Up until now, it seemed he hadn't used his full strength. His palms were the size of palms and as they slammed out, a dense mass of thick vibrational energy could be felt. The yellow-faced man had suffered from this vibrational energy, and every time they exchanged blows, he could feel minute injuries appearing in his body. Over time, these minute injuries would accumulate and it would be terrifying. Die. The yellow-faced man suddenly threw out the shield in his hand, slashing at the bald fatty's head while blocking the latter's vision. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the yellow-faced man suddenly leaped up, and his body split into three. The three of them attacked at the same time, creating layers of spear shadows. Unexpectedly, the bald fatty's movement technique was 10 times better than what the yellow-faced man had imagined. This kind of movement technique, let alone a fatty, even a person as light as a swallow might not be able to display it so elegantly. However, the bald fatty gave people a feeling of elegance. His figure flashed and the bald fatty dodged the shield, suddenly appearing below the yellow-faced man. His eyes narrowed, and his small eyes couldn't be seen anymore as he pushed out both hands. The yellow-faced man had split into three figures, and they had a confusing effect. The bald fatty indeed couldn't see through them, so he pushed out two palms. Out of the 3 2 hit, the success rate was higher than 50%. If he didn't hit, then it could only be said that the yellow-faced man's luck was too good. In fact, the yellow-faced man's luck wasn't that good. Out of the two figures that were hit, one was his real body. Puff. The bald fatty's fleshy palm was plump and strangely powerful. The yellow-faced man was hit in the crotch, and his whole body was thrown high into the air. His lower part was smashed into a pile and his stomach was pierced through. Due to the powerful pressure, the yellow-faced man's blood didn't come from his mouth, but from the top of his head. His head suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. At this point, Yi Chen's side had lost one person. This wasn't the end. The battle between the middle-aged woman and the middle-aged woman also ended. The one who died was the middle-aged woman on Yi Chen's side. I've roamed the Jianghu for so many years, but this is the first time I've met someone more sinister than me. I deserve to die. The middle-aged woman stood upright on the ground. Her back was full of silver needles, and the real fatal wounds were the 2 silver needles on the soles of her feet. It turned out that the middle-aged woman on Shi Xiaobao's side had placed the silver needles on the ground from time to time during the battle, waiting for her opponent to step on them. Such a small trick couldn't have been hidden from the middle-aged woman on Yi Chen's side. However, she had already refined the silver needles into her body, forcing them out from the soles of her feet and hiding them in the ground around her. Therefore, the one who lost this battle wasn't because they were weak, but because they weren't as sinister as the other side. They hadn't expected that the other side would use such an unimaginable trick. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's side lost 2 people. In terms of numbers, the balance shifted towards Shi Xiaobao's side. The strength of both sides was about the same, and Yi Chen's side seemed a bit weaker. Losing 2 people at once was simply a devastating disaster. It was like a tug of war. Both sides were evenly matched, but as long as the other side exerted a little more strength, it would lead to an overwhelming victory. Chapter 788. You 2 brothers should be barbarians, right? I've never fought with such a powerful half-step barbarian king. Let's see if your brute force is stronger or if my palm energy is stronger. The bald fatty swept his gaze and fell on the twin brothers who were besieging the masked man. Both of them were powerful half-step kings. 2 against 1, even if the masked man's strength reached the heavens, he was still beaten to the point of spurting out blood. If not for the fact that the 2 brothers had too few variations in their moves, the masked man would have long since been chopped into meat paste. With his body as light as a swallow, the bald fatty floated to the masked man's side and extended his chubby palm, blocking the elder brother's axe. The elder brother was called Daer Xiong and the younger brother was Daer Ba. In the deep-sea barbarian race they were known as the Daer brothers. They were the most famous geniuses of the race. Unable to bear the rules of the barbarian race, the 2 brothers had come out to roam the world. Relying on their powerful defense and combined strength, they had been doing very well and had never suffered a loss. Seeing a fat guy like a big white pig running over and stopping the 2 brothers from joining hands, Daer Xiong was enraged. Wielding the axe with one hand, he doubled his strength. Crick. The pressure on the bald fatty increased sharply. His knees slightly softened, and the ground beneath his feet vibrated, producing a sound of metal twisting. Good heavens! His strength is close to 1,000,000 Jin. The bald fatty's eyes widened as blue veins popped out on his forehead. With a roar, he inflated like a balloon and sent Daer Xiong flying. Brother? Daer Ba turned to look at Daer Xiong. Daer Xiong waved his hand and said, I'll leave the masked man to you. I'll deal with this big white pig. Remember, don't ruin the reputation of us Daer brothers. Of course not. My blood is boiling. Daer Ba turned his head and looked at the masked man with a different gaze. His eyes were like 2 flames, burning fiercely as a wild power gradually awakened in his body. Fuck. Madman. The masked man was in a miserable state. These 2 brothers had incomparably powerful fleshly bodies, no different from monsters. Perhaps even body refining experts of the same level would be somewhat inferior to them. Seems like I have to use 20% of my strength. A dangerous light flashed in the masked man's eyes. On this side, the bald fatty helped the masked man share some of the pressure. On the other side, the middle-aged woman went to help the curly-bearded man deal with the yellow-clothed woman. She could see that the yellow-clothed woman's strength was unfathomable, and the curly-bearded man was most likely not her opponent. If the other party got serious, the curly-bearded man would be finished. As for Shi Xiaobao, the middle-aged scholar, and the raincoat old man, they didn't need her help. The other's opponents weren't very strong, so she didn't bother to consider them. Oh, another one. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? The yellow-robed woman lightly patted with her slender palm. Not only was the curly-bearded man's fierce strength neutralized, but his body was also pushed back by a gentle force, causing him to stagger. With a faint smile, the yellow-robed woman drew a circle in the air with her left hand, and all the silver needles were fixed there. Soft, profound meaning. The middle-aged woman walked over. Not bad. You've also comprehended the soft ultimacy, right? The woman in yellow said. The middle-aged woman didn't answer directly. She said to the curly-bearded man, You've comprehended the profound of toughness, while I've comprehended the profound of gentleness. Let's work together to deal with her. All right. The curly-bearded man didn't hesitate at all. The threat that the yellow-robed woman gave him was too great. Her aura was like maggots in one's bones. Once touched, it would be hard to get rid of. He didn't know how much power she had used, but he himself had already used 90% of his power. The reason why he didn't use his full power was because if his power increased, the opponent's power would also increase. He didn't dare to use all of his power. Since the middle-aged woman proposed to work together, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The 2 of them stood on the left and right, vaguely surrounding the yellow-robed woman. The yellow-robed woman ignored them and said with a smile, It seems like if I don't use some of my true power, I'll be beaten to death by you too. Bring it on. The middle-aged woman circulated her Zhenyuan and focused her mind. Through her body, one could see that inside her body, there were countless silver needles following her meridians to her fingertips, soles of her feet, knees and elbows. It was as if her body was a weapon that could shoot out silver needles from anywhere and kill people. Compared to the hidden killing intent here, the battle on the other side was much fiercer. The two sides were Lin Yuxuan and the pale-faced youngster. Since Lin Yuxuan dared to call himself Shi Xiaobao, he naturally had some ability. The bronze halberd in his hand danced like an azure dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The azure dragons roared and released a majestic aura that surrounded the pale-faced youngster. The pale-faced youngster's fighting style was similar to his appearance, leaning towards the feminine side. However, his feminine side was different from the yellow-robed woman's. The yellow-robed woman's feminine side gave off a feeling of hidden needles, while the pale-faced youngster's feminine side was more domineering. Waving his fan, the pale-faced youngster fanned away the azure dragon halberd lights. At the same time, his left hand wasn't idle either, occasionally giving Lin Yuxuan a sneak attack. His palm energy was unceasing and the aftereffects were strangely strong. Water-like ripples spread out in the void, affecting Lin Yuxuan's follow-up movements. Soaring dragon breaking water. Lin Yuxuan roared. His whole body rose from the ground and thrust the 3-meter-long bronze halberd forward. With an indomitable will, the azure dragon halberd light soared into the sky. Come at me. The pale-faced youngster waved his fan 3 times at the azure dragon halberd light, and the two brushed past each other. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Lin Yuxuan staggered and landed behind the pale-faced youngster. The pale-faced youngster didn't have a good time either. There was a cut on his shoulder with blood spurting out. One move. Both of them were injured. Rumble. In the sky above the palace not far away, an intense aura exploded, radiating in all directions. One side was pure white, overbearing and condensed, while the other side was ink black, deep and gloomy. The two combatants were the young woman and Murong Qingqing. One cultivated a pure and fierce martial art, while the other cultivated a dark martial art. Could be said that they were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other and could only clash again and again, hoping to suppress the other in terms of endurance. Dark force field. While retreating, Murong Qingqing's body suddenly flickered with purplish-black lightning, and a distorted force field enveloped the young woman. This force field contained a powerful repulsive force. Originally, the young woman shouldn't have been injured by this repulsive force. However, the two of them had clashed countless times, and were already somewhat exhausted. Adding on that last clash, her blood and qi were still boiling, and she didn't have time to adjust her condition. Who would have thought that Murong Qingqing still had this hidden card? Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the young woman was sent flying. Come back. Murong Qingqing's right hand made a grabbing motion in the air, forcibly pulling the young woman over. She used dark gravity. Don't go too far. The white Zhenyuan on the young woman's body started burning like a white sacred flame. With a shout, she punched at Murong Qingqing and white light shone brightly. Swish. A pair of black wings suddenly stretched out from Murong Qingqing's back. Black qi surged and she disappeared in front of the young woman. That invincible punch naturally missed. Not good. The young woman hurriedly turned around and punched. Murong Qingqing was blasted back, and the young woman spurted out another mouthful of blood. Richlight Ocean Span was a gathering place for experts. Could be said that experts were as common as clouds. Foursquare Island was one of the few flourishing islands in Richlight Ocean Span. Thus, every island here was naturally a gathering of experts. Landing on the ground, Yi Qin let out a breath of turbid air and thought to himself, it was not easy at all. In the battle with the middle-aged man, Yi Qin did not use his trump card, because the middle-aged man had too many clones, and he could not lock onto any of them at all. The latter would not give him the time to use it, and forcefully using it would only be a waste of Zhenyuan. Of course, Yi Qin was confident that he could kill the middle-aged man with bewitching mirror shattering, but he did not want to reveal it yet. Chapter 789. After killing the skinny middle-aged man, Yi Qin stood in place and did not go to help anyone, because there was no one on his side who needed help. Jin Wanshuang was fighting Shi Xiaobao, and the latter still had the upper hand. The cold-faced youngster was fighting against the middle-aged scholar. Both of them were sword artists, and if Yi Qin went to help, it would only make the cold-faced youngster unhappy. As for Lin Yuxuan, it was better to forget about it. This person was extremely arrogant, so how could he accept the help of others? The twin brothers had strange and unfathomable characters, so it was better not to interfere. As for the yellow-robed woman, no matter how Yi Qin looked at it, it was her opponent who needed help. If he went, it would only be superfluous. Moreover, Murong Qingqing had also gained the upper hand, suppressing the young woman. It seemed that the battle would be settled after a while. In the end, the battle between the old man and the raincoat old man was a bit confusing. The old man's style was fast, precise and accurate, while the raincoat old man's style was the same as his attire, strange and inexplicable. Sometimes it was better to attack in a straight line, but he always chose an arc. Sometimes, when it was necessary to clash head-on, he would retreat with all his might, and when it was necessary to retreat, he would attack with all his might. In short, it could not be speculated with common sense. Retracting his gaze, Yi Qin turned around and looked at the small mountain of upper-grade spirit stones at the center of the palace. The reason this astonishing amount of upper-grade spirit stones could be preserved for so many years was directly related to the formation below. If Yi Qin's guess was correct, this formation should be called the Spirit Locking Formation, which could lock spirit qi within the formation and not let it leak out. Apart from locking spirit qi, the Spirit Locking Formation also had a powerful defensive ability. Once the qi surging back and forth in the palace rushed over, it would immediately be deflected by the formation's power, unable to shake it in the slightest. However, the Spirit Locking Formation was, after all, not a defensive formation. After suffering countless attacks, it became unstable and flickered. Yi Qin didn't dare to break open the array and collect the upper-grade spirit stones. He was afraid that once the array was broken, the upper-grade spirit stones inside would be shattered by the qi energies coming from all directions. If he were to shatter more than 500 million upper-grade spirit stones, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Therefore, even if he had nothing to do, he could only watch from the side without doing anything. 4 symbols Sky Absolute Sword Art. Limitless Death Sword. The confrontation between the two peak sword artists attracted Yi Qin's attention. Right at this moment, a huge lion claw suddenly attacked the cold-faced youngster. The huge lion claw shone with a golden luster, and its owner was naturally Shi Xiaobao in his true form. It turned out that Shi Xiaobao and Jin Wanshuang had both been blown back by the clash just now, and Shi Xiaobao had been blown back by the cold-faced youngster. Seeing that the cold-faced youngster had killed the middle-aged scholar and was also heavily injured, Shi Xiaobao casually swiped his claw, wanting to kill him. The cold-faced youngster didn't even have the strength to raise his eyes, let alone defend with his sword. If there were no mishaps, his death was already decided. Clang. However, a mishap occurred. A long sword blocked Shi Xiaobao's claw. It was Yi Qin. "You're courting death." Shi Xiaobao's huge lion head spat out human words as he glowered at Yi Qin. Yi Qin faintly smiled. "We're enemies. Since we're enemies, I can't let you have your way." The reply to Yi Qin was a furious roar. Shi Xiaobao's body twisted, and his other claw swiped at Yi Qin like lightning. "Go back." Yi Qin held his sword with both hands. A black lightning ball condensed on the blade and instantly exploded, sending Shi Xiaobao flying. Dozens of golden hairs danced in the air. Dong. After returning to his true form, the lion claw was Shi Xiaobao's toughest part. Yi Qin's sword didn't injure him, but when he was sent flying into the air, a silver silhouette shot over and punched his chest, issuing a drum-like sound. After this punch, Jin Wanshuang didn't get greedy and immediately retreated to avoid Shi Xiaobao's counterattack. Sure enough, after receiving this powerful punch, Shi Xiaobao's mouth and nose leaked a large amount of blood. However, what he did first was not to temporarily dodge, but to fiercely counterattack. Under the pain, Shi Xiaobao's counterattack was even crazier than his all-out attack. Unfortunately, how could Jin Wanshuang give him such an opportunity? Failing his counterattack, Shi Xiaobao was sent flying backward. His 4 claws landed on the ground, and there was a small fist imprint on his chest. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, indicating that he had suffered a serious internal injury. If he wasn't a genius of the Golden Lion race with the noblest peak high-rank bloodline and an incomparably tyrannical fleshly body, even if he didn't die from this punch, he would be heavily injured. However, his strength was similar to Jin Wanshuang's, and with enough time, he had the confidence to grind Jin Wanshuang to death. But now that he was injured, he was definitely not Jin Wanshuang's opponent. Turning his head to look at the others, Shi Xiaobao turned silent. Apart from the rain-robed old man, the others had either encountered an opponent that was hard to determine, or had an opponent that was as unfathomable as the rain-robed old man. The situation was not as good as he had imagined. If this continued, they would be annihilated one by one. Retreat! Shi Xiaobao roared and shot toward the teleportation array. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Shi Xiaobao's voice faded, two people flashed over. One was a pale-faced young lady, and the other was a blood-soaked masked man. These two had encountered extremely powerful opponents. The young lady's opponent was Murong Qingqing, who was extremely fast and possessed a mysterious dark martial art. The masked man's opponent was Daer Ba, a monster with an undying fleshly body. Therefore they had long since thought of retreating. Time to retreat. Yi, your strength is not bad. This old man will not play with you anymore. The rain-robed old man shuttled through the rain, his figure flickering erratically as he shook off the weathered old man and flashed toward the teleportation array, leaving behind countless afterimages. The middle-aged lady saw that the situation was not right and abandoned the curly-bearded man. The pale-faced young man was rather unlucky. His path of retreat coincided with the bald fatty's. The latter's movement technique was too powerful, and Daer Xiong did not manage to hit him. Instead, his axe chopped down on the pale-faced young man's body, splitting him into two from head to toe. Seeing that most of the enemies had fled, Jin Wanshuang and the rest did not stop them. As the saying goes, don't chase a cornered enemy. If you forced the enemy into a desperate situation, you would inevitably face the enemy's final counterattack. Everyone's strength was equal, and one side's final counterattack would more or less increase the number of casualties. Let's go. The teleportation array had already been activated, flickering with radiance. Shi Xiaobao coldly said. The masked man said, there's one more. He looked at the curly-bearded man. Shi Xiaobao shook his head, he won't be able to live. At the last moment, the yellow-robed lady became slightly serious. Her body turned into a stream of light and coiled around the curly-bearded man like a huge yellow snake. Clatter. The curly-bearded man's body emitted continuous popping sounds. As soon as the yellow-robed lady left, his body softened and collapsed on the ground like a pile of meat. In just a moment, the curly-bearded man's bones were completely shattered. The yellow-robed lady's strength shocked everyone. Buzz. The teleportation array flickered, and Shi Xiaobao and the rest disappeared from the palace. I owe you my life. The cold-faced youngster said to Yi Qin. He's also my enemy. Yi Qin sheathed his sword. Those are two different matters. This life of mine, I will return it to you. Saying so, the cold-faced youngster sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to begin healing. Yi Qin faintly smiled and moved closer to the others. The silver luster on Jin Wanshuang's body receded as he sized up everyone. Seeing that the middle-aged woman and the yellow-faced man had died, he couldn't help but sigh. The 10 people he had invited were all experts, but facing an elite like them, casualties were unavoidable. Fortunately, the enemies had more casualties. 10 had come, but only 6 were left. 4 had died, which was double their numbers. Even if they won this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.